introduce our organizing department, Public Health Dentistry Department. Our department shares the vision of Dr. Ajinkya D.Y. Patil and D.Y. Patil Dental School of providing quality dental education with the social pitch. The department recognized the need and has undertaken a series of initiatives aimed at reaching out the disadvantaged population in the social and rural periphery. In this pursuit, the department conducts regular outreach programs to cater dental services and focuses on all levels of prevention of diseases and promotion of health. Our department aims at increasing the awareness amongst the school children and general population amongst the importance of oral health and general health. As we know, tobacco is threat to the health of the general population and as well as to our environment. Tobacco contains nicotine, which is known to be very addictive. So trying it once could put you and your near and dear ones to the danger of the harmful consequences of tobacco. These harmful consequences of tobacco today, to prevent it, we all have gathered here to mark the World No Tobacco Day. So, Public Health Dentistry Department, DYPDS, in association with Narottam Seksharia Foundation Mumbai, has organized Life First Tobacco Cessation Training Program Level 1 to train the budding dentists of the future. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shruti. Now, I would like to request Dr. K.B. Sir, Head of the Department of Public Health Dentistry, to introduce our esteemed guest speaker for the day, who has come all along from the Narottam Seksharia Foundation, Mumbai, for Life First Cessation Training Program Level 1.
Good morning, respected staff members, my dear students. Today, on the occasion of World No Tobacco Day, we are being gathered here for Tobacco De-Addiction Training Program. I am very privileged and honored to have the keynote speakers from the Narottam Seksharia Foundation. That is Ratnadeep Chola Madam. Thank you very much for coming here, and Dr. Dinesh sir for placing this occasion. So, coming to the Ratnadeep Madam, Chola Madam. She has completed a bachelor's in psychology from Mumbai University and has completed the tobacco counseling program from Tobacco Institute of Social Science and postgraduate advanced diploma from Don Bosco, Kolkata. She has done her internship in drug addiction and alcoholism with National Addiction Research Center. She has been trained in various therapies like narrative therapy, somatic therapy, and behavioral modification therapy. And that's a credit to her for bringing her here for our enlightenment. She has been associated with Narottam Seksharia Foundation for the project Life First since 2015. She is involved in providing training to healthcare and mental care providers in counseling patients with tobacco addiction, and also has been counseled a number of tobacco just to quit tobacco places, Mumbai public and trust hospitals. So thank you very much, madam, for coming and raising this occasion. Dr. Dinesh sir has completed his dentistry from Kerala Medical Trust Dental College, Navi Mumbai, and has completed his master's in dental administration from Tata Institute of Social Science. Dr. Dinesh has an experience of implementing public health projects, programs like those of maternal and child health, malaria and malnutrition. Throughout his career in last 12 years, he has worked with different stakeholders in public health, including public, not-for-profit, private corporations across geographies. He is working as a senior manager with Narottam Seksharia Foundation for almost 5 years now, mainly involved in training healthcare professionals and increasing the reach of Life First programs with healthcare facilities. So I want to welcome on behalf of Dear Dental School and Dean sir for this training program. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for introducing our honorable speakers. Ella Maker once said, "Give life and people will find a way." Keeping this in mind, we would like to start with our tea transference ceremony. And I would like to request our dignitaries, Dr. Anand Sigri, Dean Sir, Dr. Ms. Ratnadeep Chawla, Dr. Dinesh Vidyarthi, Dr. Ananta Shete for the Prajwalan ceremony. I would also request Dr. Pragna Ma'am for the Prajwalan ceremony. वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा. Thank you, Mukta and Shruti, for reciting a beautiful Ganesh sloka. Now, I will request Dean Sir to felicitate Dr. Dinesh Jigyasa Sir. I would request Dr. Anandra Ma'am to felicitate Ms. Ratandeep Chawla. I would request Dr. K.D. Sir to felicitate our Dean Sir. Thank you, sir. Now, with the blessings of Lord Ganesha and Master Saraswati, we would start with our event. I would like to request our speakers to take over the stage.
Hello, very good morning to all. I would like to convey my regards and thank you for this very warm welcome. So, before we begin with our today's training program, which is LifeFirst Level 1 training, a link must have been circulated within the group. Are we able to access it? So that is supposed to be the pre-test, right? Have you all already filled it? Is there anyone who's yet to fill it or who has not received the link? So, is there anyone who has not filled the pre-test so far? So you have not received. You are doing it right now. So please fill in fast. This is supposed to be. So there is a pre-test and there will be a post-test. This is supposed to be sort of a exercise for the training program, not to, this is not to test your knowledge. So as soon as you are done, we can straight away start with the module. So just to give you an overview, you will have to adjust the slide. So just to give you an overview, for LifeFirst Level 1, we have 4 modules, right? We start from the very basics of tobacco, looking at the constituents, the different composition, different types of products. We'll touch upon some aspects like prevalence and the health effects of tobacco in module 1. Module 2 will be introducing tobacco control, right? So because these we don't really study tobacco per se in a syllabus. So has there been any tobacco specific training before? Has anyone attended tobacco specific training? IDA. CII. Decision center. Okay. Right. Okay. So maybe you can contribute because maybe basically the LifeFirst Narottam Tesariya Foundation and developed this program. We have been implementing this in 2012-13, and we have different models. I'll be talking about it, but majorly my work involved working with the hospitals, that is healthcare settings. So and like Ratanji and other counseling team of us, we are involved in counseling the patients one-on-one in these hospitals, either in dental or in psychiatry specialties. So we'll be sharing our knowledge about it, and whatever you would like to add, it will be welcome. Yeah. So these are the stakeholders or our partners in developing this training program. You can see the Salam Bombay Foundation. We do a lot of work together. In fact, LifeFirst project is sort of divided between Narottam Tesariya Foundation and Salam Bombay Foundation. While there were other alliances, those who have contributed to the development of this course. Do we have a mobile mic or maybe a changer which I can use? Yes, no, change the slide. Right. So as I was saying, these are our 4 models. We do work with the hospitals. We work with workplaces. In workplaces, it is mainly working with the employer. We kind of help them develop a tobacco-free policy. Then Lifers is also in its preventive form working with the school. Yeah. So that's about Lifers Tobacco Prevention Counseling Program. So, can I do it without the line? Yeah. So, in the meantime, we had a chance to interact in the morning about the intern. We all are interns here. So, in fact, sir was saying this is the most bad we have of interns, right? So, I have also done my dentistry, so I have sort of gone through this phase of, being a dentist. So, how does it feel? So far, how is the clinical experience been? Since you were the guy who kind of survived through the COVID period. So, like most of you will be agree. When will you be passing out? In this December, right? And you have had a chance to work with patients. So, have you tried counseling them on tobacco before? So, how is the response? How is the reaction? Yeah, one more thing about this module is the way we have kind of developed, even in our counseling module, you will see that it will involve a lot of interaction because otherwise it cannot be just one-way lecture. So please feel free to share your experience. As I said, although we call it a training program, but this is more of facilitation. This is getting all the knowledge together and then learning collectively. So let us know how has been your experience. Patients के साथ बात करते हैं तो कैसा कैसा लगता है? Do they get this? Right. Right. Thank you. So people resonate with this? बाकी को भी yes. Yeah, that's an important point. I'm sure Ratanji will pick it up because in counseling, the premise that we hold is the willingness, right? It has to be the willingness of the client who wants to quit tobacco. Anybody else? Any other experiences? So before we get into this, my favorite question to the dental interview: how many of you are preparing for PG right now? Like, do you intend to do post graduation, MBS? Yes. People are gathering the courage and then trying to lift it up. Okay. And how many? Anybody for PhD, public health dentistry? Maybe sir. Please make note. Okay. So yeah, either because of the subject and for my personal interest also. I mean, in our time, we used to call it community dentistry. I passed out in 2006. So I was sort of curious to work in the preventive field. But then you know how challenging MBS, getting an MBS. So I switched to MHA. However, the interest remains. Okay, so I hope we have a slide changer now, right? So I'll start with some basic facts which people might find interesting, the tobacco composition and source. One thing is that we approach tobacco, we call this as tobacco dependence treatment program, right? So it's a treatment service. So definitely we are identifying tobacco addiction as a disease, right? And now we are going about learning how to diagnose it and how to eventually in level 2 we'll learn how to treat it also, right? So to begin from scratch, what is the source of tobacco? Yes. कहाँ से आता कहाँ से है? Sorry, it's a plant source, right? So about its composition, there are 65 known species of tobacco plants, right? So इतने सारी varieties हैं, and the most commonly used, most widely used is Nicotiana tobacco, and there are other, like there are different forms of it depending on the geography and depending on the leaf, etc. There may be people may be using some potent form. Usually in northern part of the country, they use other potent forms. So, any clue or any anybody can answer how many chemicals are there in tobacco smoke? Total number of chemicals that a person who's smoking will end up inhaling. Anybody? Take a guess. It's in thousands, right? About 7,000 chemicals. This is again both a good sort of IC material to create a kind of environment which stimulates tobacco control and throws some of the fat at the patient. Because out of these 7,000, then there are some identified carcinogens. Any clue how many of these are, like out of 7,000, how many carcinogens are there? Any guess? Carcinogens we are familiar, right? Carcinogenic meaning has the potential to result in cancer, right? Out of 7,000, about 59 are carcinogens. So within tobacco, we follow a broad classification of smoking or smokeless. Right now, we are talking about smoking form, right? And these are some of the chemicals which you see, like stearic acid, which you otherwise find in candle wax. So individually, कोई सोचेगा भी नहीं तो consume करेगा. But that is how, those are the chemicals that the smoker is inhaling, knowingly or unknowingly. Right? Similarly, in smokeless tobacco, any guess how many chemicals will be there in smokeless? Yes, ma'am. At least in hundreds. It is definitely much more than hundreds. There is a difference of smoke. तो जो smoke में क्या होता है, burning हो रहा है paper का, and then it is get combined with the atmospheric gases. So that adds to the total load of the chemicals. But in itself, smokeless tobacco, कोई है आंसर या मैं बोल दूँ? About 3,800 chemicals, right? So these are different research studies and they keep involved. I find different numbers, 3,500, 3,800, but of that order, right? और उसमें carcinogenic जितने होंगे, there are about 28. Those are identified carcinogens, right? So this is the kind of product that we are. So इस तरीके के product को we should definitely be, advocating it to must consume. I mean there is a valid reason because there are so many chemicals which may produce harm. Right? So between smoking and smokeless, which one do you think is harmful? More harmful? Smoking. Why? Number of chemicals, 7,015. Right. To cause cancer, कितने carcinogens चाहिए होते हैं? One may do, it may do. So that's why I say smoking, smokeless both are equally harmful. Because if as a counselor, remember we are studying about tobacco cessation counseling. यहाँ पे तो we have to again get that as a counselor. So as a counselor, if we carry this understanding, it immediately gets conveyed to the client as well. वो क्या करेंगे? आप उनको बोलोगे सिगरेट छोड़ दो, वो छोड़ देंगे. They may start with smokeless product, feel less harmful, right? So that's why we say both are equally harmful. It's not about the number of chemicals; it is about the risk of even consuming it once, right? So we do use this kind of posters, this kind of material in our tobacco cessation centers, right? Do we have a TCC here also, right? Out of all these chemicals, there is one main culprit in tobacco. I'll just give you some hints. It is highly addictive. Okay, बोल दिया. Right, you are right. So that is from the addiction point of view or from the counselor point of view, that is the main culprit. I'm not saying tobacco chemicals harmful नहीं है, no, that's not the case. But from the we need to sort of, if you are in that mode कि ऐसे सोच रहे हैं कि अगर client को बस शौक है इसलिए वो ले रहा है, then maybe we need to take a step back and analyze it properly. ये जो बार-बार वो उनको लेने, उनको जो addiction हो गया है, then what is happening inside the body? Why is this going back to the same form of tobacco product जहाँ से उनको पहली बार शायद pleasure feeling मिली होगी, right? So it is mainly because of this chemical nicotine that this addiction happens. This going back to that product happens, right? It is as addictive as other drugs. So you can see heroin, cocaine, and alcohol. But now you again इंट्रोस्पेक्टिव कितनी बार हमने टोबैको को इतना सीरियसली देखा है जैसे हम ड्रग्स को देखते हैं या मे बी अल्कोहल को हम पढ़ते हैं, राइट? मे बी यू विल फाइंड एन आंसर कि इतना सीरियसली नहीं देखा है. समहाउ इट हैज सॉर्ट ऑफ काफी डीप रूटेड हो गया है एंड वी हैव आल्सो नॉर्मलाइज्ड. मतलब अगर कल को कोई मेरे से मैडम बता रहे पेशेंट अगर कंज्यूम करता भी है तो देयर इट्स नॉट अ I mean, huge thing. You don't make an issue out of it. But the patient may not see it that badly as they may see for other drugs. So these are the kind of effects that nicotine causes. One good question here is nicotine carcinogenic? Nicotine carcinogenic है? Yes, ma'am. Third row. Yeah. So far we don't have any studies which say this. In fact, there are therapies being planned around nicotine. आपने सुना होगा Nicotex, right? So basically that contains nicotine. So we'll talk about all of that, but it is found to be addictive, but not carcinogenic, right? These are some of the common withdrawal effects that are noted: irritability, craving, right? So those are good facts that we should know, and also good talking point with the counselor. And over this module one, we'll be looking at other such talking points. Because we purposely use some audio visuals and some techniques which will be very useful to kind of make a message effective. So in module one, we'll be talking about different tobacco products, prevalence and perception, right? Prevalence is clear to us. What is prevalence? Prevalence आपने सुना होगा? Sorry? Overall occurrence rate. थोड़ा सा, I mean, one level. Maybe people will need more elaborate. So if you want to measure the spread of a disease at a particular time in a given community, right? Then we say it's prevalent. Right? So overall tobacco use, prevalence माने कितने लोग आकर use कर रहे हैं? How big the problem is, to consume my whole day in level 1 training and another 2 days in level 2 training. आखिर ये problem है कितना बड़ा? So we'll be having a look at those numbers. We'll quickly go through first the product. So a quick activity for you. आप today is what? Wednesday. कल भी आप college में होंगे. You must have seen patients, right? So some of you must be living in hostels and some of you must be traveling, right? So in last 24 hours, please tell me tobacco user कोई आपने देखा है? उसके बारे में सिर्फ ये बताइए which product was that, what is the age group and gender. Could be your patient, it could be somebody outside the campus. I'm not sure within the campus. Yes. Last 24 hours. Yes. Let's see. We are talking about exercise last 24 hours. Any product. So if I go on for another after like this, so हर तरीके के response आ जाएंगे. So far we had seniors 20 to 30 भी हमने देखा, 50-year-old male, female, and eventually maybe somebody from the younger age group, eventually people will decide. So what I'm trying to say, and the picture also is trying to say, is that the tobacco use is spread across different age groups, across different genders. It is not limited to a particular class. So this is important again as a counselor. Why? Because you should not have any bias. कि हाँ ये तो करता होगा, ये शायद नहीं करती होगी, you know, of that nature. Because as a healthcare provider, what we advocate is that even in your 5 years, you see that you are expected to ask each and everyone without any bias about tobacco use. Because many times we have seen patients or the clients themselves may not be aware. As somebody said about, especially about the senior females, typical product that they use mishri. So many a times we have seen हमारे clients को उनको नहीं पता होता मिश्री में भी tobacco है. And Sanjeev will talk more about it. So this is the kind of awareness that is existing. That's why it is important for us to carry this understanding that it's a complex phenomenon. I mean, if we particular like if we look for nursing care, we will see it in a particular age group, right? And there are again, depending on the disease profile, it may be restricted to a particular population. But with tobacco use, it is across. Be it social class, ऐसे नहीं कि कोई अमीर है तो you know they may not be using. People from all types of socio-economic class are using. Some of them are using smokeless, some of them are using smoking, right? So with that basis, we move ahead with the looking at different types of products. Sorry, prevalence first. So within your campus, within your patient fraternity, what do you think will be the prevalence? कितने लोग खाते होंगे? Out of 100, कितने tobacco users? Yes? 20. I'm 30. Okay. Anybody else? Sorry? You said 20%. You have finished all departments or posting? No. So maybe by December the prevalence rate will change. Right? Anybody else? Yes? 40 to 50. So आधे हमसे थोड़ी कम लोग खा रहे हैं, right? Okay. So how do we go about finding? ये तो आपने अपना अंदाजा बता दिया, right? But how do we go about actually pinpointing कि कितना tobacco use है? How would they otherwise do it? Anybody for that matter? कल को अगर आपको ही बोल दिया गया कि you know ये लोहे गांव का प्रेवलेंस बताओ टोबैको यूज का, कैसे फाइंड आउट करोगे? And people do take up in their MBAs etc. इस तरीके के thesis topics होते हैं, right? So how will you go about it? Quickly if you can. Yes, ma'am. So that will be one way definitely. But वो एक आपको aggregate एक काफी gross estimate मिलेगा, right? That this is the supply. This is looking at the tobacco from the supply side. That eventually may be consumed by different people, those who are moving in and out in Loregaon. But if you were to actually look at such में कितने हैं defined, like put a number to it, कितने लोग हैं, how would you go about it? Yes? Yeah. So survey, again, it could be a door-to-door survey or a sample-based survey. For example, tobacco के लिए ऐसा कोई survey, are you aware? ऐसा कोई survey होता है? So this is just to introduce GATS survey, which happens at a national level. It's a household survey, but sample based. Like so they do sampling of 15 years and above. उसके दो राउंड हुए हैं अभी तक. One was in 9-10, GATS 2. So we call it GATS 1 and GATS 2. GATS 2 was done in 16-17, right? So the purpose is to find out the prevalence and look at other. So it's a very rich document. This is just one slide talking about GATS, but अगर आप देखेंगे there are fact sheets, they are state-wise, and there is a detailed report also. So it looks at different perceptions and different. So it's a mix of quantitative and qualitative methods they use, right? So this is I would encourage कि आपको देखो GATS survey को. This also gives us national figures and state-wise fact sheet. National figures, prevalence. Overall prevalence की बात करेंगे कि it says about 267 million people are using tobacco, which is a 6% reduction from GATS 1. GATS 1 में the findings were 275 million per year. So they are saying that over a period of this 5-6 years, 6% reduction हुआ है. However, the absolute number is very high. 26.7 crore लोग use कर रहे हैं tobacco, right? And among men, the prevalence is around 40%, and among female, it is reported around 14%. So again, this is an aggregate thing. This is for overall India, right? And that way, state-specific data is also available, right? And any clue between smoking and smokeless, ज़्यादा कौन सा use होता होगा? Smokeless. Yes, you're right. Smoke. Any like reason क्या हो सकता है smokeless का? Yeah, economical reason. And availability, वैसे every product is equally available. Now we have some laws also around smoking. तो उसकी वजह से भी थोड़ा सा discourage होता है, right? So this is to give you a broad picture of the kind of prevalence that we have. So if you are running with a prevalence of 20% within the campus, so काफी, I mean, it's fairly low, right? So this is from the, this is just to tell you about the prevalence in Maharashtra from the fact sheet between GATS 1 and GATS 2. The overall tobacco prevalence is currently it is around 26% in the state. Earlier it was about 31%. Another important indicator that they track is age of initiation of tobacco use. Right? So now they are saying between GATS 1 and GATS 2 the age has decreased. Earlier it was reported to be around 18.5%. Now at 17, maybe 17 years and a half, people are starting to use tobacco, which is a, I mean, on one hand, you have a positive result that people, the overall prevalence has reduced, but younger people are getting into it. So tobacco industry in a way is finding its successes in getting their young customers. The logic ऐसा है कि if they become addicts at young age, the overall they will continue to use tobacco for the whole of their life, right? So that is why you see all the tactics to have young customers being used by tobacco industry. And similarly, our tobacco control efforts should also be focused where exactly. Where should we then focus our tobacco control efforts? Sorry? But which institute, like what are the institutes? Maybe going to schools and colleges. Right? So that's how you see Life First has a model which work with the school children. So there are about 60 BMC schools जिनके साथ हमारा काम हो रहा है, and we work with them at a preventive level. तो उनके साथ group हम select करते हैं, and even we track Supari usage, right? Because Supari has been identified as a Vito product. So people those who use Supari, they have more chances of getting, chewing tobacco. Right, so this was about GATS2 prevalence. Any questions, quick comment so far? Are there people online also listening to this? Is this a live session? So I hope things, audible to them and they are clear. Okay. किसी को कुछ बोलना है अभी at this point? People those who joined late, have you filled the pre-test? आपके पेशेंट्स कौन से प्रोडक्ट यूज करते हैं? Which product do you see your patient using the most? Sorry, Mishri, all females. मेल अभी तो आप बोल रहे थे मेल बहुत सारे यूज करते हैं. Yes, any other product that comes to your mind? ये सबसे ज़्यादा यूज होता है. गुटखा तो बैन है ना. So how many of us are aware that gutka is officially banned? एक ही है. It is officially banned, but unfortunately we do get. Any other product which is recently banned, very close to tobacco, very recent this thing. Yes, no. Vaping सुना है आपने? Vaping सुना है? E-cigarettes also have been banned, right? Although not technically not a tobacco product, but they are classified as one of the tobacco products and is recently banned. So we can talk about it if people are interested. So people already answered for price and availability reasons. Smokeless is used more. It is also because of the ease. You chew कर रहे हैं, it doesn't affect my function. If I am working on something and I am chewing, doesn't affect my function, right? But if I have to smoke and suppose I am working maybe in an electric room or something, I may be asked to move away. So those can be supplementary reasons, but mainly in our context, it is the price. Remember, there are states like Andhra Pradesh. We had been to a couple of dental colleges. वहाँ पे smoking a major concern, smokeless not a major concern. Sangamner, SFPT Dental College, we had been there. PD smoking major issue. Smokeless नहीं. So it may differ, right? So we'll have a quick look at this different type of product. Again, maybe very basic, but so I put it. Can you guess? It's a rolled tobacco in the leaf of a tendu tree. The PD, right? So in all these products, what is the ingredient? The most basic ingredient क्या है इसमें? It is the tobacco leaf. जो हमने शुरू में देखा, तो they dry that leaf, process it in different ways, add some additives, and then make these kind of products, right? Processed tobacco tightly rolled in a white paper. Cigarette, right? Again, you may get different sizes. उसको filter बोलते हैं. The yellow thing that you see is not actually a filter. And this is a water pipe where tobacco is burnt over soldering charcoal. Yes? कौन बोल रहा है? It is important to know कौन बोल रहा है in this particular product. हुक्का, but हुक्का तो tobacco free भी होता है ना? How many of us think that tobacco free भी होता है? So this is more fancy one. The armamentarium जो आप देख रहे हैं, this is very fancy. If you look at the traditional hookah, those were like very long wooden made, right? So if you see there, the way it functions, there is a soldering charcoal उसके ऊपर tobacco leaves को गिराया जाता है, and नीचे से पानी boil होगा, and the smoke that comes out is being inhaled by the user, right? So there was a huge debate इसको लेके काफी there are का parlors का bar आपने सुना है, right? So many of these young crowd they go in this parlor in groups and they do one round of this hookah, which may last for half an hour or maybe 45 minutes or so. And they say that tobacco content is equivalent to about 70-80 cigarettes. It is a tobacco containing, right? And there are other flavored hookahs also, which claim to be tobacco free. But agar aap iska, the way this functions, so if you once use it with tobacco, some percentage of tobacco is bound to remain, right? अगर एक बार भी उसमें tobacco use हो गया, so for practical purpose, it may not be tobacco free. So that's why recently the hookah bars, the parlors were banned. फिर उन्होंने फिर से ये submit किया that we will be using non-tobacco hookahs, etc. And now they are again, right? But we need to be aware about this. Another thing is the armamentarium. Because the armamentarium is such that it cannot contain any warning sign. That is also a reason it was banned. Commercially manufactured roll of heavy bodied tobacco which is very similar to a cigar, call it cheroot, right? Again, it's a smoking form. These products may differ from geography to geography. Like when we go to Vidarbha and Nagpur dental colleges, there the most prevalent form of tobacco is kharra, which is like mawa, right? And there we don't find such product. So it may differ from geography to geography. That's why we also keep a tobacco chart. हमारे जो tobacco precision centers होते हैं, we keep a tobacco chart and just tell the client identify which all products we use, right? Because as I said, if they are not aware, तो आपका common question क्या होगा कि do you use tobacco? तंबाकू खाता का? And they will say no, right? Unless you tell them to identify which all products they can use. Similarly, smokeless. Smokeless में we have sun-dried tobacco and flake line that is chewed and held in the mouth. ये क्या है? Sun-dried tobacco mixed with flake line. Pan involves a lot of other ingredients also. This is penny, right? So as I said, ये basically tobacco leaves हैं जिनको अलग-अलग तरीके से process करते हैं. But in smokeless, you will see they use flake line. In other products also you will see this. Why do you think they use flake line? Flake line पता है आपको? क्या है वो? चूना. Why do they use चूना? पहले तो ये तो पैकेट में आता है, right? And then they have a very small pouch of this white liquid, which they invariably like put it and mix it, right? But there are other forms like raw tobacco. They take it. You must have seen in a typical action, right? So इसमें what they are doing actually is mixing that tuna, है ना? So why this tuna is important? Think the broad tobacco I will talk about. It is a sweet smelling chewing tobacco product containing aromatic spices such as cardamom and saffron. Traditionally इसको बहुत ज़्यादा यूज करते थे. Senior age group, particular communities में इसका यूज ज़्यादा है. जर्दा. अभी देखा है? Are you familiar with it? Yeah. So these are different products. Why? That's why I'm saying again that it is important to. I mean, we ourselves should be aware that this is a range. Smokeless का तो range है हमारे पास. Smoking के भले commonly you see बीड़ी and cigarette, but smokeless का there is a huge range. उसके ऊपर से people, I mean, sometimes they prepare their own tobacco products at home. So you may not see them in those packets and all. Right? That's why it is important to be aware किस तरीके से use हो रहा है. So far in all of this, it is mainly the tobacco. At max they mix it with flake lime, right? That's why it is also important to have that tobacco chart in place. This is raw tobacco. So when you ask them तंबाकू खाता का, this is what is coming to their mind. ये इसके बारे में पूछ रही है. तो मिश्री उनको पता नहीं चलेगा, है ना? They are thinking कि आप you are asking about this one. So again, they use tuna with this. Why do you think flake lime is important? Any guess? Guess तो करो. Yes, this row. You have been answering. So one thing is that it acts as a binding material. It binds the dried leaves together. The other aspect is it facilitates the absorption. Because in smokeless, the absorption कहाँ हो रहा है? Majority of the absorption is happening locally. है ना? So it creates a pH which is conducive for absorption. तो उनको जल्दी kick मिलता है. Imagine if they put just the dried leaves and in the vestibule and keep it. So it will take its own course, right? So again, this may be what has been said here is that this may be known by different names. Having pictures is important. Powdery substance normally beige or white in color. Huda, because it is banned, तो वो नाम चेंज करते रहते हैं, right? और price भी because of the ban, price has increased manifold. Earlier it was relatively cheaper. So any form of smokeless tobacco can be put in a betel quid. Still, it is pan, right? Pan again, it may be tobacco containing and without tobacco. So whenever we are dealing with these kind of products like raw tobacco, pan or zarda, it is important to be sensitive with your inquiry. अगर client को पूछ रहे हैं, without labeling हमको उनको बोलना है, because you never know within their own sort of community the kind of importance this product has. Many of the time they offer it to their guests, right? In fact, yesterday we were at an event. वहाँ पे मुझे बताया गया even in Kolhapur this is a practice. They'll keep the whole armamentarium of preparing that supari and that cutter and all, and it is offered to the guests. In northeastern communities, they use sambal water, which is basically tobacco water. They use it to welcome their guests, right? So if you tell them this is the worst thing that you're doing in your life and you should stop it, immediate thing is कि वो सुनेगा तो नहीं आपकी बात, dental काम करवाने के नहीं आएगा, right? We need to be little sensitive when we dealing with these kind of products. This is, we've been talking about this, right? This is made by like so hot metal plate पे उसको गरम करके make a powder. And the purpose why they use this? They use it as a dentifrice. और वो dentist को बोलते हैं कि इससे दांत साफ होते हैं. That's the irony. Many a time they may not be aware that this is tobacco content. We have seen clients जिनको अगर पूछते हैं कब से शुरू किया, and it is like कि कब से शुरू किया मतलब जब से ब्रश कर रहे हैं तब से इसी से कर रहे हैं. So then there is no pointing to a particular age. It is that diffuse. This is मावा. जैसे नागपुर का मैंने बताया था खर्रा. What is different in this? मावा में अलग क्या है? लिखा हुआ है. One is tobacco, then there is slate lime, and there is areca nut. So what is different in मावा? इसको खाकी भी बोलते हैं. Many of like in Mumbai, this is or in Gujarat, this is very famously called as खाकी. So how they consume this? Suppose that they'll make this once, सुबह बना लिया, and then throughout the day they'll consume. They'll pick up this much a pinch. Nobody is sure how big that pinch is, and then they'll consume throughout. Maybe half the day will go with that packet, depending on the level of addiction. But my question. What is different in this? And why should we bother? अरेका नट है तो उससे क्या होगा? Right. Lot of chewing happens. Chewing की वजह से micro injuries happen, and then इसी cases of overspending. In fact, ESPM Dental College को काफी बताते हैं that they have different sort of category. How they go about dealing with people those who are in chewing. Yeah, this was about the tobacco products. Again, having pictures is important. Price may vary, that's why the choice varies. However, risk remains the same across any product, right? Again, from GATS only coming that most commonly, most frequently used product in Maharashtra is Penny, and followed by Gutka, then oral tobacco and palm. Whereas in smoking form, you see this BD for obvious reason, or the price part of it, cigarette is followed by cheroot and cigar and hookah. However, I have a strong feeling that between these 3 and 4, the numbers may change. More and more people are using hookah. So, any quick comments on the product? How was this? You are already aware, it was just a repetition. It kind of opened new knowledge doors. How is it? कुछ बोलिए. I mean, let this be reciprocated, no? Yes, last bench. इसमें e-cigarette we did not cover. Many times it is sort of responsive. So people काफी बार हमको पूछा गया था. Are you familiar with e-cigarette? What is it? Oh. Yes, ma'am. So e-cigarettes were introduced as a cessation aid. In fact, in some of the countries in UK, NHS वगैरह में अभी भी prescribe करते थे e-cigarette as a cessation aid, right? So within this tobacco cessation world, you see harm reduction being used. Harm reduction माने अगर 100% नुकसान हो रहा है तो एटलीस्ट उसको कम करके 20-30% करो, तो इतना तो नुकसान ना हो. So within e-cigarette, what happens is how many chemicals we said is tobacco? Sorry, 7,000, right? उसमें से addictive कौन सा था? एक ही, nicotine. In e-cigarette, what they do, they have tried to replace all the harmful chemicals with one nicotine. कि अगर उसको निकोटीन की वजह से तलब हो रही ना तो सिर्फ निकोटीन ही दे दो, एटलीस्ट 6,999 को एनकाउंटर नहीं होगी. So with that logic, it was introduced as a cessation aid, but they realized that it is being abused. In fact, in our own studies, we found that people like school children are using e-cigarettes और पेन हुक्का करके उसको नाम दे दिया because it looks very fancy. इतना ही size का very fancy looking, different colors, bright colors use करके they are producing these e-cigarettes and they are not restricting the chemicals to one. They are adding some more like glycerin, glycol और add कर दिया so that they have dense fumes. वो action अच्छा लगता है. Right? So for all those reasons, it has been banned now. Whereas otherwise it was very and now so from a very basic form of just a pen or a cigarette looking armamentarium, you will see e-cigarettes they look like gadgets nowadays. Something like a power bank, you may find somebody using power bank type of device which is giving out fumes. So those are actually vapes. इसको vaping बोलते हैं. So those are not. It's only the nicotine which is getting consumed there, right? So, but however, it has been banned now, right? So this was about tobacco products. Now moving on to the very important part for us, the health effects of tobacco use. अगर इतना बुरा है, then we should at least know to what extent is it causing the damage, to what extent is it harmful, right? So on the slide you can see morbidity and mortality. So what do we understand by these terms, morbidity and mortality? Yes. Yes, last row. We have had no responses. Not that others are responding, but you can start. Yes, ma'am. Incidence of and mortality. Anybody else? Mortality is the occurrence of death and morbidity. Yes. This is correct, ma'am. So mortality is death and morbidity is a disease state. So what the slide is saying is कि tobacco की वजह से कितना diseases हो रहा है, कितना death हो रहा है, let us look at that. So they say this is the single largest cause which can be prevented. The preventable morbidity and mortality worldwide because of tobacco. It alone has a potential to cause about 1 million or 10 lakh deaths, which is equivalent to those combined by TB, HIV and malaria. So that is the extent of damage it is causing. So, as I said again, take a step back and then look at it. See how seriously this is being looked. In fact, this is the question that is asked at all major platforms. You have tobacco पे इतना ध्यान क्यों नहीं दे रहे? So if COVID was important, you know the number of deaths COVID has caused. There is a debate on that as well. Where you see the numbers here, why not talk about tobacco? Not that they are not talking about it. However, implementation is not funny. In our module 2, we will look at the state and national efforts, right? So this is the reason that we all are, I mean, we should be doing this tobacco cessation counseling. Now that TCC is almost a mandatory requirement for every dental institute. Not only that, I'll encourage you in your own practice, whenever you move out, wherever you are, hospital, your own setup, you may be studying, etc. If you by the end you will get the message that if you spend just few minutes talking to your client about tobacco, makes a lot of difference. No doubt that it is a person, is the user who has to have that willpower, have that initiative within him or her. But advised by a healthcare professional who is like sitting in a white coat to whom the patient has come for care makes a lot of difference. Right? So, yeah, we have highest rates of oral cancer. Again, a very important reason for us to be concerned. So, this is a question for the institute, like how serious do you take it? Like, आपके केस अगर इसको मतलब डे टू डे में इसको लाएंगे सवाल को, तो आपके केस हिस्ट्री में, आपके केस पेपर में डू यू रिकॉर्ड द टोबैको यूज? सो आई अंडरस्टैंड दैट देयर आर डेंटल में दो तरीके के होते हैं. वन इज द लॉन्ग केस हिस्ट्री दैट वी यूज टू टेक, दैट इज नॉट डन फॉर ईच एंड एवरी पेशेंट, राइट? उसमें मेंशन होता है, बट इज इट part of the case paper, daily case paper that the patient carries? Okay, and that's possible. So, do you think anti-tobacco campaigns have helped change the public image towards tobacco? Yeah, we do also see it, but then at the same time, as I said, the absolute number is so high. ये वो उतना 6% दिखाई भी नहीं देता है. Where is the reduction happening? Right? Frankly, I have so as I said in my intro, sir, it will be that our job is to continuously scale up LifeFirst. So हम basically क्या करते हैं? LifeFirst is implemented in different hospitals in Mumbai. Dental hospitals separate and general hospitals separate. So we keep approaching these hospitals. So one of the hospitals, I was talking to the HR. So, have this tobacco cessation in place, and then we had a presentation, all of that happened. And then after that meeting, the person moved out. So, नीचे गया, and I was there, I could see him. He started smoking. So that kind of, मुझे पता चल गया कि how far this project will go in that particular institute. That is the kind of, so many times we say that why not begin with the institute itself, the campus itself, by declaring it tobacco free. By looking at the other non-teaching staff or class 3, class 4 staff, how much is the prevalence, asking them to stop it. So those have been the measures within the institute by different institutes themselves. Yeah, so for the sake of covering up this topic, we have divided the health effects into short-term, long-term, smoking and smokeless, right? So it will. So the objective is to understand how, like, what is the extent to which it is impacting our health, and how we should involve all of this in our advice giving or in our counseling sessions, right? Because invariably, what we see, अगर आप किसी को भी आज पूछोगे, even if I ask you, what is the immediate adverse health effect that you talk about or you think of when you think of tobacco is कौन सी बीमारी के बारे में आप सोचते हैं as soon as tobacco कोई बोलता है? Sorry, I may have heard, I'm not sure. Can you be loud? Which disease do we end up thinking about? Cancer, right? Karkrog. And it's not, all the warning signs also is there. But somehow you see in their client when you interact with them, उनके पास कोई immune mechanism, so they may not want to relate themselves. There have been personal experiences. If I try and tell somebody that cancer ho sakta hai, they take it the other way. That why are you wishing this for me? In fact, I am just kind of warning you. It is not that I want this happen to you. I'm just warning you. And on the other hand, you will see that some of the clients will say, "कि anyways तो मरना ही है, तो ठीक है कैंसर से मर लेंगे." But it is not, it is not always black and white. In fact, there are many other health effects that we should be talking about. So the whole attempt is to bring out those effects, in our discussion. So we look at some of the smoking health effects due to smoking tobacco. So if we go system-wise, smoking and chewing tobacco immediately impact the brain. How do you think it impacts the brain? What is the immediate effect? Interns, please speak up. आपका काफी तारीफ हुआ है, so let that maintain that. So what do you think CNS पे क्या effect होगा tobacco का? It's a depressant. You can talk to the clients. They'll tell you. Some of them do it. काफी बार ऐसे होता है कि to increase their efficiency, to increase their functionality, they want to use tobacco. So what is actually happening with tobacco on the lab? In terms of the chemical exchange. Yes. So there is this hormone dopamine which is released in the brain. And that is the reason, that is the pleasure that creates a pleasure effect. So rewarding effect also. And to experience the same pleasure and again, that person is wanting to consume tobacco. Right? Apart from that, और क्या होता है? Not so to say, but the ill effect. What is the adverse effect? क्या होगा brain में? अच्छा, what is the extreme outcome? CNS related extreme outcome क्या हो सकता है? Fatal outcome, so to say. Stroke सुना है हमने? Stroke. What is stroke? Stroke में क्या हो रहा है? So either the vessel is bursting up or there is a constriction. Eventually blood supply is gone. Right? ये सब क्यों हो रहे हैं? GMGH third year. What is happening with the blood vessels? Smoke. Yes? Constriction हो रहा है. For two reasons. What are those two reasons? Yes? बोलिए. Okay, carbon monoxide increase होगा तो there is a cascade of events. अलग से जो होता है. Oxygen carrying capacity reduced हुआ the hemoglobin, which leads to hypoxia, which can be one of the effect on the brain. You are right. But अभी जो हम बात कर रहे थे stroke related, constriction आपने बोला होगा. So what is exactly happening? How? Blood flow कैसे reduce हुआ? Clot या plaque? Atherosclerosis, exactly. Atherosclerosis पे मुझे आना था. So this is happening in smokers, right? The brain. Similarly, similar phenomenon may happen in CVS, right? Heart disease. Eventually, both of them may lead to stroke. So there is a life risk there, right? And these are very serious. I mean, recently now when the focus is on non-communicable diseases, and tobacco is invariably related to all non-communicable diseases, right? So they are again and again kind of reiterating that these factors have to be considered. Don't take them lightly, right? Another system respiratory में क्या होगा? COPD as well. So COPD is a group of disorders, right? उसमें breathlessness, asthma, bronchitis, all these के symptoms may be seen, right? Basically क्या हो रहा है lung में, as somebody said, the gas exchange is getting affected, right? It is affecting the bronchiole. इसमें fatal क्या हो सकता है respiratory में? Collapse, lung cancer, right? So those are kind of, so how why this is important and how this can be used in our counseling case. अगर आपके पास कोई asthmatic patient आ रहा है या फिर ऐसा पेशेंट है जिसके मेडिकल हिस्ट्री में हाइपरटेंशन है and then you also see tobacco use happening, so you can club those and customize that for the client saying you are already hypertensive. So consider a scenario जहाँ पे you are talking about cancer. That person has not experienced any symptoms or signs of cancer, and you are talking to them about the difficult things. Whereas you have more relevant medical history in the same case, which is of hypertension, asthma, and then you are customizing it for them. It is you are so close, right? So that creates a lot of effect. We call it in counseling personalizing the risk. You know? So that is what can be all these effects can be used for. We already discussed CPS, and then there are many more. GIT, what is the immediate sort of any for that matter कोई भी disease का GI related disease का what is the immediate symptom? Acidity, hyperacidity, right? Eventually that may lead to ulceration, right? So again, and this is very common. अगर आप अपने patient में ये सब CVS और respiratory और GI related symptoms medical history ढूंढना शुरू करोगे ना, maybe 70% of them will have either of it, right? So it is that common, and we should capitalize on this information. Immune and metabolic systems. So immunity linked to metabolic effects. What happens with cigarettes? Okay, so there are something called as slim cigarette. Have you heard? They are also marketed as slim cigarettes. Why do they market it that way? क्योंकि होता क्या है कि appetite is reduced, right? So that is one of the effects of tobacco. Because of the appetite reduction, there is a weight loss. So tobacco industry ने उसको भी नहीं छोड़ा. So you kind of capitalize on that also, saying that this will help you maintain be in shape. In fact, there are users just for this reason they continue smoking, and then they use slim cigarettes and all of that. But what may eventually happen is with reduced appetite. in oral cancer. Will be some more time. Okay, in the meantime, what types of cancer within the oral cavity, किस चीज का कैंसर हो सकता है? Tongue, yes. What else? What are the other sides of cancer? Can you be loud? Floor of the mouth, yes. Buccal mucosa. Usually is a quid over there. Any other sides or other effects within the oral? Something that we talked about, OSMM. How do you go about typing OSMM? Fourth Then we have some reflection. What do you see in the video? So, one hand is having your active throat cancer, one stomach cancer. And on the other side of the patient, how compromised they are living. Right? So, this is an opportunity. I will ask a very client is to how quality of life is getting affected. How is the most basic levels of life. We saw the lady consuming food to stomach, which is very again, food, protein, taste, food. In fact, that these kind of issues can be, if you are, I mean, if you can have these kind of gifts, suppose आपका खुद का private practice भी है, आपके meeting group में भी इस तरह के videos creates a lot of impact. And it conveys a lot about your institute or your facility as a dental clinic. And these are all online available है काफी सारे videos. It's not that. Yeah. So with that, I think we will sum up the effects of. It is not only cancer. Here would be, so we are saying eat healthcare professionals like us should deliver this don't ask suppose any engineer to do या किसी लोग के साथ हम इस तरीके की ट्रेनिंग नहीं करते हम ये First का good line है. If you are aware, national good line भी है, right? So it can be a detailed counseling, but spending that couple of minutes by the doctor himself or herself is important. ऐसे नहीं कि assistant को बोल दिया कि देख लेकर, right? So these are the kind of effects that it can cause. We already covered. This is again coming from WHO, and these are in detailed documents available. Hai. You can refer those. ये IC material we must have seen many places. How many of them are there online? So, socio-economic factors may, I mean, one is the immediate society is your family. So it has been seen that people, those who use tobacco, they impact, the immediate impact is on the family. It may be by different ways. Right? It may be the second-hand smoke that is causing ill health within the family, or it may be the risk that the children may start using tobacco because the tobacco products are there in the vicinity, right? Especially with the role modeling that happens. My father is my hero. Agar aapka father kuch, like if that person who is my role model is consuming tobacco, then it must be fine. It must be okay, right? So effects on family and finances. In तीनों में से like these are the most frequently factors which are associated with the motivation of the client to quit. अगर उसको motivate करना है तो somewhere you have to find. अगर some person is very well to do, financially कोई issues नहीं है, maybe family में तो जरूर का, you know, if you sort of nudge that part, you will figure out कि हाँ के बच्चों को हो सकता है, that is the kind of risk that they are carrying, that will motivate them to think more about quitting. या फिर उनके खुद की health may get, you know, I had one because of the word of mouth, they knew that I am working in this tobacco control space, and it was a OSM patient. Extreme reduction हुआ था, right? So I had to refer them to an OMDR specialist and cortisone वगैरह injection दिया. All that happened. So in fact, I offered him कि counseling services है. He was like, I don't need counseling. मैंने छोड़ दिया tobacco. So that was the impact जो already create हो गया था because of the adverse health effect. So not to say कि सबका everyone will follow the same trajectory, but to highlight कि या तो health, या तो family, या फिर saving money, उस तरीके के reasons हो गए where you locate the motivation. If you are getting into the depths of counseling. And there may be different reasons, you know. शुरुआत में मैंने कुछ बोला था कि if you are in that mode, जो पहले that was understanding that I was carrying when I kind of started 5 years back in this project. I was not really considering this as a disease or an addiction. My understanding was limited to people that tobacco use is mainly उनका शौक होता है. But if you interact with clients such as drivers, जिनका work profile is doing night time jobs or duty hours, you'll figure out. हम जब उनको बोलते हैं कि आप quit tobacco, then it is like risking their jobs. कि अगर ये छोड़ दूंगा तो फिर कमाऊंगा कैसे? तो नींद आ जाएगी. While that assumption of his may not be correct, given that उसको ये दिमाग में बैठ गया है कि this is taking me awake and this is the reason why I'm able to continue my night job or my driving, that person will not be able to switch products. Forget about quitting unless you give them a very solid reason or a proxy. So not the point I am highlighting is कि हर बार वो शौक से नहीं होता है. Every time it is not a celebrity which is they are imagining when they are using tobacco. It is a daily need. So we need to be sensitive around it. ठीक है. So as a counselor, if you collaborate with them, ठीक है, फिर क्या करेंगे? अगर आपको रात को जागना है और तंबाकू ही खाना पड़ता है, तो isn't there any other way? या चाय या कॉफी का थर्मस आप कैरी नहीं कर सकते. So I'm saying that kind of dialogue will help. अगर आप उसको बोल दो कि ये छोड़ दो, बस there is no other solution, it will not create that effect. Because there are various reasons people use tobacco, continue using tobacco. People doing menial jobs like those who clean the drains, they go into the manholes, etc. For them, it is like because of all this addiction, only once they are under the influence of alcohol and they are consuming tobacco, that is when they do that job. Otherwise, they won't be able to. So we need to be sensitive with the work profile. That's why when we take the case history, the occupation plays a major role. So that's why other sort of non-associated job profiles, maybe housewives, other executive role में जो है, उनके साथ it becomes relatively easy to have this conversation. अगर कोई बोल देगा कि नहीं, in fact, just yesterday somebody posed this question. There are Mathadi laborers there. Their job is to load and unload, to carry weights. For them, it's a continuous job. Trucks and trucks, they load and unload. Agar unko break chahiye, so there is no official break as such. That person posed me a question. वो break लेता है ये बोल के कि तंबाकू खा के आएगा. But that is actually his 10-15 minutes का break time. So if you are telling him to stop tobacco, you are actually taking away that break from him. Is that fair? How do I address this? While tobacco का अपना risk है, no doubt about it. But then if it is associated so badly with the livelihoods and income source, then how do you address those? So of course there are, so हमारा कैसे था, it was in Mantralaya, then there were other NGOs. So one of the NGO had a proxy product. People tobacco के जगह ये product use कर सकते हैं, which is made of दालचीनी, etc., etc. So there were answers. Just to tackle that argument, I use that answer, but I know how feasible it will be. So there are those challenges. We cannot be blind to that. वो है issue, but we can always highlight the risk, right? So as far as economics is concerned, social में तो मैंने बोला, one is the family, second is your friends. So many a times people, those who use tobacco, they are labeled as tobacco users, right? And smoke करता है. They may lose company. They may gain some other company, that's a different thing. But then it definitely creates some sense of isolation हो जाता है. Like if you look at the broader social circle, you ask, because especially for the smokeless tobacco users, it is that smell. I cannot stand that odor. The immediate thing is distancing away. And this distancing away happens at all levels. Even friends, other families, they kind of get away. For some of them, this may be very strong social phenomenon happening, right? So only when we are aware, we can capitalize on this. So as I was sharing with regards to family, there was a particular study in BSPM Dental College. So उन्होंने क्या किया? They inquired about the children of the tobacco users using tobacco. So many of them, they said कि first time उन्होंने tobacco smoke कब किया? Because
टोबैको इनिशिएशन का अलग रीजन होता है, कंटिन्यूएशन का अलग रीजन होता है. So for the children, many the times the first episode happened when they were actually bringing the tobacco products for their parents. किसी को बोलते हैं सिगरेट लेके आ या तंबाकू लेके आओ. So that was the first trial, that is the first episode जहाँ children ने वो first time try किया था. This is a major risk in itself, right? So that was about social. Economics में how do we go about this? Looking at the overall cost. So for example, if somebody is using say cigarette for ease of calculation, में cigarette पकड़, how much does the cigarette cost? 1 unit of cigarette. Yes. 10. So for the sake of so 10 rupees per cigarette if the person is consuming 10 cigarettes. Person is, how much is the person spending on tobacco per day? Yes. 100. There are 50 भी पकड़ लो. Suppose you find not so chronic users. If the person is spending 50 rupees on tobacco, you calculate this, the amount what happens for a period of 1 year, how much will the person end up spending? 50 rupees in a day, about 1,500 in a month, right? पूरे साल में कितना हुआ? 18,000. The person has been consuming cigarette for last 10 years, it becomes 1,80,000. So 1,80,000 is the amount that the person has spent on the tobacco, which has brought him only health risk and nothing else. So that is the direct cost. Many times, depending on the clientele, अगर आप उनको पूछते हो कि इस amount का आप क्या करते हैं? Suppose per year 18,000. It is sufficient to give you a mediclaim for 1 year, right? So that is how we approach. So as I said, people, those who are in a particular socio-economic class, they may get, I mean, there have been instances where they get astonished that this is the amount that I have already spent. अगर ये बचाया होता तो इसका अच्छा use क्या कर सकते थे? And there have been varied responses. If it was a lady who was a householder, for her getting the child married is a concern, वो बोल रही थी कि सोना ले लेती मैं इसका, मेरे बेटी की शादी में काम आ जाता. For somebody who was ambitious enough, उसका कार ले लेते या कोई गाड़ी ले लेते. So that is a kind of so to say mirror that you project when you talk about these economic factors or the financial implications. These are the direct costs associated with tobacco use. And there is a whole lot of indirect costs that may come along. What is that indirect cost? Yes? Yes. So, अगर हो जाता है कुछ, and we saw what is the risk. So, उसका one is the treatment cost of it, and the other is the disability. Suppose अगर I mean I have seen cases operated for mandibulectomy कर दिया, उसका surgery हो गया and the person lost job etc. The loss of wages is another direct cost, indirect cost, sorry. So if you, I mean that for sure you cannot put a number to that, but if you gave them a glimpse of this is how it you know इतना बुरा हो सकता है ये, then it definitely creates that impact. So these are health, social and some of the economic factors which should be taken into consideration. और जब आप case history ले रहे हो, build your dialogues, when you are noting down the details of the person. अच्छा, this is not that ये सब patients को पता नहीं, not that they are not aware that tobacco is harmful. They may not know specifics of it, they may not know the pathophysiology of it, etc. But then overall, it has been, again, Gatsby, देखा गया है कि more than 90% of them, they are aware that this is a serious illness. फिर भी ये कर रहे हैं. Why? They have got addicted. So, आप देखोगे हमारे जो module number 3 and 4 है, those will deal with addiction. So, how to identify the addiction, how to go about it. This is something important to take away with us. काफी बार हमने, in fact, I would say I interact a lot with my dental, colleagues who are into clinical practice, etc. Many of the time the response is कि नहीं होगा यार, इनको करना ही नहीं. But the survey tells you that more than half of them are actually wanting to quit. They don't know how to go about it. और आप किसी भी यूजर से पूछ के देख लो, chances are maybe 4 on 10 you will find that people will say हमने छोड़ने का ट्राई किया है पर वो होता नहीं, या फिर छोड़ना है पर वो पता नहीं होता नहीं. That this is the kind of response that we get, and unfortunately only half or maybe 1/3 of them have been told by the doctor to quit. So this is again coming from Gatsby. सिर्फ 50%, 49% of smokers and 32% of smokeless tobacco users were advised by a doctor to quit tobacco. So definitely वो brief advice वाला part तो कहीं ना कहीं किसी का है. Right? So this is like minimal reason to start working with the clients. As soon as you tell them to stop, कोई फायदा भी तो होना चाहिए, benefits of quitting. Otherwise, why will they stop? One is definitely कि आगे future risk जो आने वाला था शायद वो नहीं आएगा. But apart from that, are there any benefits? We'll see along the same lines: health benefits, economic and social benefits. And इसमें economic benefits में the way we went about. Like one is that you save a lot of cost and you prevent yourself from incurring a whole lot of indirect costs. That is how you explain them the economic benefits. Whereas in social model, having a major risk to the family is taken care of, whereas your overall acceptance increases, right? Now what happens to the health benefits? ये जो भी हमने बात किया, short term, long term, different systems, उन सबको क्या होता है? Is it reversible? The effects? No. We can be slightly positive about it. These are for some reason this slide is not up. So this is coming from WHO toolkit for 5 A's and 5 R's. These are the health benefits. So as soon as a person quits, what is happening inside the body, वो सब to what extent it is reversible, वो सब पता है हमारे, right? And we should be happy that to a great extent these are reversible. तो अगर कोई adverse outcome हो गया, like the cancer has been established, that may not be reversed, but the systemic effects जो हम बात कर रहे थे, those are reversible to a great extent. If you see within 20 minutes, the heart rate and blood pressure those drop. And so another 12 hours, the carbon monoxide level in your blood comes to normal. So on and so forth. Up to 15 years they have tried. At 15 years, the risk of non-smoker and smoker for a severe cardiovascular stroke is the same. Right? So there are good reasons as far as health effects are concerned to definitely quit. One word of caution here is that ये आप देखोगे most of it is smoking associated. और हमारे clients they may be smokeless tobacco users. But generally as a pattern goes, these will be majorly applicable. However, to quote a number statistically correct hona hai, so it is majorly applicable to the smoking category of tobacco users. Right, so this is again, there is a toolkit. If you want, I can forward that PDF or you can easily download it. It is basically how to deliver these 5 A's in 5 hours. उसमें ये सब दिया गया है. We have a video around this. Unfortunately, the audio is not good. But after the lunch break, we'll try and play that video. Yeah, so social and economic benefits I've already talked about. So last slide of this module again. Family pressure, health concerns, or to save money, you will find motivation इनमें से कहीं पे होगा the client when you're working with them. So the whole conscious effort during the counseling should be to locate that motivation and build. एक word of caution is which we have seen counseling में काफी बार the way how do we perceive counseling is generally वो advice giving mode में होता है. Whereas a major shift that should happen after this discussion is assimilating a lot of information from the client, not only talking. काफी बार हम counseling कर रहे हैं. As a general, I'm not saying about this group, but this is a general observation. कि काफी बार वो advice giving is considered as counseling. ये करो, वो मत करो, ये करो. We are not approaching it this way. Rather, we are first gathering all the information in a medical case history form and then using it based on the knowledge that we gain. Right? This was about module 1. Any questions? Any comment from you, sir? You've been patiently listening. Okay. So this was about module 1. Now module 2 it's a short, module 2 is relatively short. This was a longest, consumed about 1.5 hours. So module 2 we'll have a look at the state and national tobacco control efforts. So from basics of tobacco and tobacco products, we are now moving towards tobacco control.
So, if you have any questions, comments, those are welcome now. Otherwise, we'll quickly move to module 2. And during the lunch break, if this audio can be fixed, then we can go other.
Tobacco control policies and initiatives. Yes, किसी को कुछ बोलना है? आपस में नहीं. You guys need a break. We can only afford for a few seconds. If you want a stretch break, you can rise. They'll all come back. Okay, it's 12:15 now. We'll do a quick break. How soon you will be back? Yes? 12:45. That is almost a lunch break. 12:25. 10 minutes break. Huh? Please maintain. There will be an attendance after this break and after lunch break. Hello? Hello? Just a second. Right now, this is not the lunch break, right? It's only 10 minutes break. Come back by 12:25. Finish this module 2. And then maybe break around 1:50. Okay?
Social media and social media and role model. Yes. Role model is definitely on the script. Role model is on the script. So, role models, parents, siblings, uncle, auntie, grandparents, parents in the family. Outside role models. It can we also have but कॉर्पस की एक law पास हुआ था in 2003. So according to that law, it was said that you cannot advertise tobacco products. So that is the reason ये सब बैन हो गया. लेकिन ये सब बैन हो गया, but ये ब्रांड नेम तो अलाइव रखा उन लोगों ने. कैसे अलाइव रखा? Yes. Baba इलायची है. और again these products are promoted by actors. कोई स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन बेचारे को पर्सन को ले आए थे. Until he realized कि अरे मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ. Yeah, you remember Remington Steel में? So, while a lot of work is done, in the area of tobacco control, the tobacco laws is also doing a lot of professional work. So they are also constantly trying to figure out, ठीक है हमारा ये रास्ता बंद हो रहा है तो हम कौन सा रास्ता खोलें, ये बंद हो रहा है तो कौन सा रास्ता खोलें. Okay, and इसी process में they started this brand stretching, okay, which is publicizing alternative products which keeps the brand name alive. उसमें एक कंपनी है, ITC का नाम सुना है? क्या कंपनी है? What is it? What is it full form? Indian tobacco company. और ये क्या प्रोडक्ट बनाता है? टबैको के अलावा पेपर्स, ओके. और आईटीसी का हमने कहाँ का नाम सुना है? हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री. यस, आईटीसी होटल्स है. और घर के कुछ सामान, एनीथिंग दैट यू कैन नेम. यस यस, कुछ सुनाई दिया मैंने लाउडली. यस, व्हिच बिस्किट? Sunfeast. Yes, Sunfeast biscuits, आशीर्वाद आटा. तो सोचो ये सारे प्रोडक्ट्स, बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, लिस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स. तो पर्सनली मैंने
आदत के डाल दी है. If I go to a mart and if I pick up, I see कहाँ का है, IPCM में छोड़ देती हूँ. ये मेरा personal ये हो गया है after started working in this industry. So I do not say that people should also do that, but this is personally my thing. So similarly, these items इसके लिए लाए गए हैं. For that matter, Manichan का एक बहुत commonly used product है. So people resist नहीं कर सकते. Yes, water, oxyrich. तो अगर कहीं जा रहे हैं हमें प्यास लग रही है, पानी लेना है, तो we have no other option. अगर oxyrich मिल रहा है तो we take it. Okay, so they have chosen such products and they have marketed. So सबके घर पे लगेगा ही लगेगा. And that is how they have actually have a good control over the market. Okay, so when we are talking about media, we have to understand कि media का reach कितना है सब लोग के दिमाग में. और क्या reasons हो सकते हैं for initiation? Anything else? Anything else to do with the cost? Yeah, thank you. Yes. वो आंसर का रॉन्ग वो कैसे बेनिफिट हो जाएगा. Okay. Anything about the cost that you think can be an influencer? So anything to look cool? Yeah. So again, talking about a teenager के लिए क्या important है? Shining मारना. So cool दिखना. Dude. Okay, now it's not only applicable to males, it's very well applicable to females also. Okay, so it is also about the mindset. Certain things in our cultures would promote it. Culture से क्या क्या है? हमारा culture किस तरीके से promote करता है? Yes. So again, like those are perceptions. Okay, that I want to be equal, or perhaps as a revolt. So when we're talking about depression, also there is another fact that is strongly coming up is a lot of suppressed anger. Okay, so which is then expressed in very different forms. So revolt दिखाना है, quality दिखानी है, or you just want attention, so you end up doing something that is not recommended. So again, these are perceptions or mindsets that people will have. Okay, when I was talking about cost, I'm also referring to the cost smokeless product का, or that matter even cigarette का. Cigarette 10 rupees में एक single cigarette मिल जाता है, तो इतना expensive नहीं है. Trial अगर किसी को करना है, किसको अपनी curiosity शांत करनी है, तो this much money is enough, right? But whereas for alcohol, or if they want to try it, be it for that matter, one thing is availability would be an issue, then location will be an issue. This is not an issue at all. You can just have consumed tobacco anywhere. Nobody tells you anything. It's all as good as expected. While we are saying the addiction level is as high as heroin or cocaine, but ये चलता है. Why? Because the society has accepted it. We have accepted it. I remember मुझे एक patient ने बोला था कि आप सब लोग ये तंबाकू छुड़वाने के लिए लगे हुए हो. शिव भगवान को देखो, वो भी तो दम मारते थे. So people have weirdest references that they have given me in my entire work in this area. ये really बोला tobacco is actually really helping me to stay cancer free. जब तक मैं तंबाकू ले रहा था मुझे कोई तकलीफ नहीं, जैसे ही मैंने छोड़ा, क्यों छोड़ा पता नहीं, मेरे को कैंसर हो गया। So, और ये हॉस्पिटल में बैठा हुआ है दूसरे वाले ने बोला मैं तंबाकू जमा रख रहा था, देखो मुझे कैंसर हो गया। And so people will tell you the weirdest things. I मतलब at the end of it, you can make one entire book of the reasons people give and how stupid you find those reasons. Okay, but all these reasons are somewhere. In the morning we spoke about denial, right? So ये denial को justify करने के लिए लोग अपने आप को convince करने के लिए ये सारे reasons देते हैं. So we need to understand that anything that we don't want to do, it's very easy for us to justify. नहीं आज तो मैं बहुत थकी हुई हूँ, आज मैं assignment नहीं कर सकूँगा, right? अगर लेकिन कल सबमिशन होता तो आज मैं इतनी भी थकी हुई हूँ मैं करती हूँ, right? So we all give justification, and so do tobacco users. Tobacco users के एक additional factor आ जाता है जो उनके लिए difficult बनाता है, and that is the addiction part of it. Okay, so when we talk about addiction, so this is started. So coming back to the reasons for initiation. Okay, so when we're talking about addiction and when we want to figure out that it क्यों difficult है, या तो जब हम treatment plan बनाते हैं, when we try to work with our patients. So one factor that we need to know is उसने क्यों शुरुआत की. शुरुआत करना and continue are two different reasons. Not essentially if someone started out of curiosity, will continue for curiosity. Not necessarily if someone started for friends, will be continuing because of friends. Okay, so people will have a different reason. Over a period of time, it will become कि हाँ बहुत stress है life में, इसलिए मैं ले रहा हूँ. हाँ या I feel so low, मैं depression का शिकार हूँ, इसलिए मैं ले रहा हूँ because at this time मुझे अच्छा लगता है. So then all those reasons come much later on. We'll see to that part as well. But what are we trying to do is, when we are trying to make a plan, we need to structure our information, right? When सारा information ऐसा haphazardly जमा हो जाएगा तो it will be difficult to make an analysis, right? Even when all are taking history communications, there might be certain categories who are basically which helps you make the diagnosis. Same thing, what we will do is, we will begin with the first level of diagnosis, and that is identifying what was the reason for initiation. Okay, and this will fall into three categories. What are those three categories? Environmental, external, and internal. Yeah, upper one only. Start moving. Okay, I was holding it with that. It's not staying. Okay, so we look at these three categories. Environmental. So environmental is the larger environmental. What are the reasons in the system in the universe that serves as the reason for initiation, which a lot of y'all have already answered. Similarly, when we come to the more closer knit environment, that is the external environment, which comprises of friends and family. And then we talk about the internal reasons. Okay, so let's just see what is it that we have missed out. Okay, in environmental factors, we spoke about exposure to tobacco marketing. Okay, we spoke about how images of popular people in the media can be influencers. Accessibility, yes. So all of y'all are from Pune. Where are you from? Delta. Okay. Anyone else? जो पूना से नहीं है? Yes. Okay. नागपुर में तो फर्रा बहुत पॉपुलर है, राइट? कितने फ्रीक्वेंटली कहाँ कहाँ दिखाई देता है? ज्यादा दूर जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है ना, मतलब हर नुक्कड़ में मिल जाएगा. Very easy. Same thing is applicable for Pune city and same thing applicable for Bombay city. Whatever चल रहा. अभी स्पेशली when we talking about cities, रात में अगर आपको भूख लग रही है तो अभी तो आपके पास जोमेटो वगैरह है, ऑर्डर कर देते हैं. लेकिन अगर बाहर जाके तुम्हें अगर कुछ देना पड़े तो कितने ऑप्शंस मिलेंगे? लिमिटेड ऑप्शंस मिलेंगे और तंबाकू मिलेगा, हाँ, सिगरेट मिलेगा. ओके, हाउ डू दे फाइंड आउट? कैसे कैसे मालूम पड़ता है कि ये लोग यहाँ पर रात में ऐसे घूम रहे हैं? What are their hideouts? नहीं, हाँ, उन लोग मतलब ऐसे सुबह आप घूम रहे हैं तो बट हाउ डू वी नो कि हाँ what is it they are actually selling? Are they selling tobacco products? मुंबई में तो चाय बिकती है और फिर उसके बाद में अगर कुछ पूछो बच्चे तो ये सब निकल करके आ जाएगा. ऐसे सिगरेट है, अच्छा ये है, वो है, सब कुछ है. Sit around the beach area, sit around the Nariman Point promenade. These people will be there. तो मसाज करने भी आएगा, उसके पास भी कांटेक्ट रहेगा, तो उसको पूछ लिया तो बुलाएगा, हाँ है, आजा आजा. ओके, सो इट इज वेरी इजीली एक्सेसिबल. शायद हमको मेडिसिन लेना हो तो उसके लिए हम इधर एंड मेडिकल शॉप, खाने की चीज के लिए हमें बहुत घूमना पड़ेगा, बट तंबाकू के लिए नो वरी. And when something is so easily accessible, अगर किसी को कलर लग रही है देखना है, वो इजी है ना उसको लेके आने के लिए. अगर हमको भूख की कलर लग रही है हम फिर भी कंट्रोल कर पाएंगे, कौन जाएगा, कौन मंगवाएगा, कौन इसके लिए ये सब करेगा. But this is easy. So this is also something that we need to keep in mind. अगर हमको जगह जगह दिखाई देता है, so even if a person is trying to build that willpower, तो टूटने में ज्यादा नहीं लगता. मेरे साथ बात करने के लिए बड़ा भाव. I do not know यहाँ पर इसमें क्या होता है. And then price of tobacco. हर एक के लिए प्रोडक्ट इज अवेलेबल. अगर पैसे नहीं है, किसी दिन पॉकेट मनी ज्यादा नहीं है, तो चलो स्मोकलेस टबैको प्रोडक्ट है. किसी दिन पैसे ज्यादा हो गए तो आज तो मैं सिगरेट पीऊंगा. मेरे पेशेंट्स करते हैं, वो वैसे बोलते हैं कि हम हफ्ते भर ना मैं तंबाकू खाता हूँ, लेकिन वीकेंड के टाइम पर जब मैं दोस्तों को मिलता हूँ तो थोड़ा सा वहां पर ऐसा अपना रेपुटेशन बनाना पड़ता है ना, तो सिगरेट पीता हूँ, तो उस तरीके से मेरा बजट बराबर से बैठता है. They have a budget for tobacco also. Imagine हम तो और बाकी चीजों के लिए बजट नहीं बनाते, इन लोग यहाँ टबैको का बजट बनाते हैं. And then also we spoke about that it is very normally acceptable. हाँ, another interesting thing. अभी अगर आप लोगों को मैं बोलती हूँ कि एक असाइनमेंट करके आना ब्रेक के बाद कितने लोग करके आएंगे? A handful, right? We're not very good at following instructions, right? No one thing के नीचे कितने लोगों ने गाड़ी पास करके देखी हुई है या कुछ नहीं है, पर जब भी रिस्ट्रिक्शंस डाला जाता है ना कि ये नहीं करना है, कुछ टाइम पर पंखा नहीं देना, तुरंत नजर गई. So every time whenever it is said don't do it, बहुत ज़्यादा curiosity बढ़ रही है, क्यों नहीं करना है, क्या है इसमें, बार बार और बस नहीं रहेगा और सब जगह क्या नहीं करना है वो दिखता है. Reverse psychology. We spoke about attitudes, we spoke about perceptions, we spoke about culture. So culture में if you go to certain cultures, like North India में जाओ तो हुक्का बहुत common है. तो उन लोग गैस को भी ऑर्डर करते हैं. Go to Northeast, तो वहाँ पर देखते कार्बन वाटर, जैसे हम शरबत ऑफर करते हैं, even from Northeast here, तो वहाँ पर कार्बन वाटर ऑफर किया जाता है. तो everyone has their own type of tomato अपने स्टेट का खास है, जैसे नागपुर का कलरा है, फिर शादी वगैरह में रहता है, जैसे वो एड मैंने बोला था पराठों का पालन पार कराते हैं. तो ऐसे बहुत सारी चीजें रहेगी. बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं कि ये हम लोग शाम को जब बैठते हैं ना गाँव में, तो वो हमारा रिचुअल ही है, एक तंबाकू बनाएगा और सबको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेगा और फिर वो खाना ही पड़ता है. So again, what I'm telling you are not my words. This is what is coming from patients. External factors like you spoke about parental smoking, okay, siblings moving tobacco, parental values. This is interesting. काफी सारे लोग बोलते थे I have two parents, they are okay with me smoking, right? सुना होगा when you tell your friends, so what is your parents, they already know what are you worried for, okay? And they don't tell me anything. My parents are very cool, especially my dad is very small. So parents will tell you how to care their parents या बच्चों के, अगर हम मना करेंगे तो पीछे करेंगे, इससे अच्छा है staying with them, let's come to know कि क्या क्या कर रहे हैं. If that was this, दोनों साइड से then and peer influence के बारे में तो I think peer influence is something that discussed today is not enough, and you know we once faced it. And peer influence is not limited to only adolescence. As you grow older, when you are working, कभी peer influence आएगा. If you are 3 month break में जा रहा है, के बाद cigarette smoke करने के लिए, so you also want to do. You don't go there to miss out the concept. You almost miss out like next time plan करके I have to go. And if I go and I don't use tobacco or if I don't smoke, तो भी अच्छा नहीं लगेगा. एक पेशेंट ने तो ये तक बोला कि मैं करना ही नहीं चाहता था, लेकिन मेरे दोस्त मुझे बोलते थे वो औरत है क्या, मर्द बन, तो इसलिए मेरे को जबरदस्ती करना पड़ता. Okay, so these are the emotional things also that play on a person. And of course, अगर here group को belong like with the self communication and with the isolated, with people who have different, with like you know मेरा social circle नहीं है, I'm not good enough, okay, सब कुछ छोड़ो, let's join the group and do what the group wants you to do. What are the internal factors? again, we thought the factors we सबको बता दें। हाँ, मुझे मालूम है, नुकसान होता है, लेकिन मैं इतना नहीं लेता। मुझे कुछ नहीं होगा। There is no harm in trying. Try मुझे कुछ होता है। मैं try करता हूँ। और वो ट्रायल में क्या क्या ट्रायल हो चुका है वो पता नहीं है, वो ट्रायल और कब वो ट्रायल एडिक्शन बनते हैं वो भी पता नहीं, लेकिन वो ट्रायल चल रहा है। आप कैसे अपना फार्मा कंपनी में भी शायद अपना ट्रायल दिखाओ, but our people are very smart and they also believe that cancer will happen but not to me. It will happen to someone else. वो ना बहुत ज्यादा लेता है या वो यही करता है। मैं जो करता हूँ वो थोड़ा सा लेता हूँ, मैं इतना से दिन में 3-4 बार तो कितना मैं लेता हूँ, वो सिगरेट ही ऐसा वो के टाइम बंद कर देता हूँ। So people will have fantastic yeah. Yes. 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 And and the very fact why people want to go back to it over and over again, there is the addictive component. Okay, and you know that how strong nicotine has a hold on. That's the reason why people want to go back to it. That is bad, but there are even if the others are banned, people are buying that, and the general income is a chance to chalta hai. In fact, I don't think I heard Dr. Dinesh mention that 1 hour of hookah is equivalent to 100 cigarettes. So, मतलब वही सोच लो, अगर उसमें हम 10 मिनट की रिलीज किया है तो ना कंट्रोल हो जाता है। Okay, and people have this flavor, अभी वो तो green apple flavor है, peach flavor है, वो flavors खाली हमको प्लेट को बनाने के लिए है और हम बन करेंगे। There is this nicotine which, in fact, it is for cigarettes. So people think I have switched on it's very harmful. I was in 10 years, I was using. My own friend is switched from cigarettes to cigarettes. And what they know that the cigarettes are toxic. And I said, Acha, it is safe that now does that mean that I give it to our mom cigarette? Will never be tempted to smoke cigarettes again. Yes, yes, you can. It's not the thing is as long as nicotine is consumed in whatever form, that craving is always there. What you have to fight is the craving for nicotine. It is not a cigarette or it is not that tobacco product, but it is nicotine that you have to fight. Yes, 2 more factors. Genetics. Okay, so there has been studied again popular only for smoking because smokers we don't have much of that. So it states that if parents, any of the parents are smokers, their kids are likely to have a predisposition for the tobacco addict, provided they also get such a kind of environment. Okay, so predisposition that is can be transferred and that can also be a person with different medication. And of course, when we are talking about initiation and villagers, so we also have to keep in mind is the puberty. So puberty is the time where there is lot of havoc that is very, very happy. Okay, there is mental havoc, there is bodily havoc, hormones are changing, pressures are being put in place. So there is full pressure at that point of time. Parents are putting pressure, teachers are putting pressure, friends are putting pressure. You have your own expectations from yourself and your own body. That's what that is really. Okay, so then that is where the stress or the other factor it becomes secondary. But initially it's like how do I make myself feel good for that moment? And also, brain is not only developed, it is of a teenager. Hence, we are more likely to take impulsive decisions. And because of that, they have no understanding. It's not about they don't have an understanding of right and wrong, but it is very easy for them to fall into that trap of doing something which seems interesting, which seems mysterious, to funny. There are some to funny as well, whatever is like that. It's all these things are very exciting. Okay, I'm mindful of the time, so I'm just going to do this one topic and we'll take a break. Okay, so for some reason, I don't know why it's just not staying. So now what is addiction? People start for various reasons and then eventually there is an addiction that happens. When do we decide कि हाँ चलो अब addiction हो गया है now I cross that line? कैसे समझेगा? They cannot stop. There is feelings. Yes. Yes. So there is. You can't resist. So feelings is one of the reasons for that. It all things. Then you have all the information. You know it is bad for you, and yet you are not able to stop that habit. But how you didn't think of it that I have crossed the line. They tell you no. मैं जब भी छोड़ना चाहता हूँ ना मैं सोच सकता हूँ लेकिन आप कुछ छोड़ना नहीं थोड़ा सा लो आपको क्रिएशन वाले एजुकेशन में मुझे कीजिए इंस्टेंट तो व्हेन आई कैन स्टॉप ऑल दिस इट अप टू वर्क स्ट्रेस है वर्क स्ट्रेस में perhaps when I join another job when I get married I will when I have children I will when I reach 30 I will I'm very busy before that this kind of thing that I want to like show you all. So these people in view that which are some parent आने वाला है ना तो उनको parent दिखा रहे हैं हमको दिखा रहे हैं पता नहीं लेकिन दिखा रहे हैं क्योंकि we do it sometime later on. So now also to understand stages that we can block based on the person mind where this thing lands is lost. So this is just to a very tiny example, okay, very hypothetical example that out of curiosity, first try to that, let's take two individuals. Okay, so let's call them Ram and Sham. Okay, so Ram ne aur Sham ne first try out of curiosity kiya. Ram ko nahi अच्छा लगा, Sham को बहुत अच्छा लगा. और Sham को try किया तो और ज़्यादा मजा आया. उसके बाद में उन्होंने सोचा कि अच्छा ये लेवल दैट kind of thing it's not the practicals so they know it that the other brands they अच्छा ये double filter बना है या ये menthol flavor है ये सब उन्होंने experimentation की राम को ऐसा कुछ पता नहीं आता तो लिया हम उसके बाद ये होता है आई वांट टू टेल यू ये राम और श्याम का दोनों ही लेवल्स हैं लेट्स टेक द टेंथ स्टैंडर्ड में अगर जो राम है कि इसमें राम को लगता है कि बिल्कुल को मजा नहीं आ रहा है इसलिए मैं लोगों को मिल रहा है लेट्स गो वी डांस करना कुछ करा दो और अदरवाइज आई एम नॉट डूइंग और शाम को जब हम मजा आ रहा है तो खुद से भी यही कर लेता है इट डजंट नीड टू हैव अ सोशल सर्कल so Ram will be a social tobacco user whereas Sham will be a regular tobacco user now there's another example of it और उसके बाद बैठे बैठे फ्रेंड्स को मिलना कुछ नहीं हो रहा है पॉकेट मनी का क्या पेरेंट्स को आना पड़ेगा बड़ी बात और पॉकेट मनी से बन सकता है दोनों का एक बेटा रहता है एक फोर्स अब राम से comfortable तो करना ही चाहता था okay now again after a while when they go back to college perhaps or they start moving out again pocket money person है and they get another opportunity to mingle with people. Ram specifically chooses to hang out with people who do not smoke or use tobacco because but not in favor of it. So he is more likely to become a adult non-tobacco user. But Sham, the tobacco से बहुत like the new opportunity, but it with new people, with new products. तो वो उसका like वो product है तो वो adult tobacco user करने वाला. So this is how the kind of show that happens, where the person would choose to stay with that habit or not stay with that habit. Okay, and once we come back, we can talk about what is this addiction that we are involved. Okay, again, this is categorized into three parts. I just want you to ponder over it while you go. There is no right or wrong answer again. Okay, so there are three types of addiction: physical addiction, psychological addiction, behavioral addiction. We just ponder over it that these are the three categories. इसमें क्या आ सकता है? और even if you give me some examples of that, this might be psychological, this might be physical, this might be behavioral, that is also fine. Okay, and again, I'm repeating myself, no answer will be wrong. We will fit into some category or the others. All right? So we can break for lunch. Can I request you all to be back by 2? Yes? Is it a promise? All right. I trust you all. Someone will see you all back by 2. Thank you. I took a sip from somewhere.
Neha, intern, call me. What is
misconceptions that people have will also come in the category of myths. While we are saying addiction is of three types, physical, psychological, and behavioral, certain things may not fit in this, what people think and what they believe. Okay, so that would come in myths. Very good. What other things did you come up with? Any example of behavioral addiction? Is this proper now? लोग क्या बोलते हैं
Some people will start their mind when they smoke actually, but the stress levels. When they smoke, their stress is reduced.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm talking
Okay. So is this behavioral addiction or could that come in some other category? Psychological? Yeah, it is a psychological addiction because it is connected to a particular belief. So I'll give you some more clarity on it. Okay, and what will be behavioral? One common thing जो लोग अक्सर कहते हैं, let's take lunch time. लंच टाइम के ऊपर तो कुछ चाहिए है ना, हमको सॉफ्ट खाने की आदत है और एटलीस्ट एक स्वीट, तो कुछ वो ऐसा एक मन करता है ना, एक वो क्रेविंग आती है. सो दैट इज बिहेवियरल. अगेन आई विल कम टू दैट पार्ट ऑल्सो इन डिटेल. Okay, so this is our second aspect of diagnosis. The first one was the reason for initiation, जो environmental, internal या external factors में divide होता है. Second part of a diagnosis is कि ये कौन सा type of addiction है. No person will show a very distinctive कि बस खाली physical addiction ही है या सिर्फ psychological ही है. It will be a combination of all. ये combination में there will be something which will be dominant addiction, and that is what we need to figure out. What will this indicate to us? This will indicate to us कि triggers क्या हो सकते हैं. What are the fall points for this person? So that is the area we need to work on. अगर कोई कहता है stress है मेरे लिए factor, तो हमको stress पे भी काम करना पड़ेगा. We cannot only talk about कि हाँ तंबाकू ओवरकम करने के लिए आप एक्सरसाइज कर लो, मुंह में इलायची सॉफर डाल दो. नो, वी हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ द ट्रिगर एज वेल. ओके, हेंस दिस डायग्नोसिस इज इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट. नाउ कमिंग टू सम ऑफ द मिथ्स फर्स्ट. तो कौन से मिथ्स हमने सुने हैं, मतलब जो वैसे ही एमए वाले जो आंसर्स रहते हैं ना, reduces pain. तो एक मुझे याद है, एक पेशेंट ने कहा था दांत में दर्द हो रहा था, तो इसके लिए वो तंबाकू मेरी नेबर ने दिया, मैंने रख लिया, कीड़ा मर गया. तो बेसिकली लाइक आई मीन दैट इज हर अंडरस्टैंडिंग. हर पेन मस्ट हैव सबसाइडेड फॉर सम अदर रीजन विच वी विल टॉक अबाउट, बट वो उसके लिए वो एक रीजन बन गया. उसी तरीके से लोग पेट दर्द, हेडेक्स, टूथएक्स हो गया. प्रेग्नेंट women also take it for managing their nausea. Yeah, you wanted to share?
She said when she started with she was having labor pain. And that is
Yeah. Right. Yeah, now why are people indicating this with either emotional pain or physical pain? ऐसा क्या होता होगा जिससे इनका वाकई में ये पेन रिड्यूस होता है? क्या ये वाकई में मिथ है? Yes, absolutely. So this is what is happening. So while it is put in the category of myths that it reduces, कुछ लोगों के लिए है एनर्जी नहीं मिलती है, but we all know कि इसके पीछे का रिस्पॉन्सिबल हार्मोन क्या है. Now the thing is कि अगर इतना सब एम्फेसिस वो रिजल्ट के ऊपर है, और ये रिजल्ट दैट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द डोपामिन रिलीज, ये इसके ऊपर अगर फोकस्ड है, तो अगर ये नहीं होता है तंबाकू लेने से, तो व्हाट हैपेंस टू पीपल? इफ डोपामिन रिलीज नहीं होता है, तो व्हाट हैपेंस टू पीपल? इरिटेशन, yes, sadness. Yeah, someone said sadness. Oh, and then they start going into a secondary level of feelings that सिर्फ यही चीज है जो मुझे खुशी देती है और लाइफ में कुछ अच्छा नहीं है. ओके, सो अगेन वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड कि ये पर्सन का रीजंस क्या है, और कोई भी हमें ना फर्स्ट लेवल पे नहीं एकदम क्लियरली बताने वाला है कि हाँ हम तंबाकू लेते हैं क्योंकि हम स्ट्रेस्ड है, क्योंकि घर में परेशानी है. At our first interaction with them, people are not going to come up. So we need to have the right kind of questions. We need to have that right kind of rapport. And that is what we will talk about in detail in level 2. But I'm just giving you this indication. And also to let you know, this is not only about counseling. As a professional of being a dentist, यहाँ पर भी यही सारी चीजें काम होगी. We need to build rapport. We need to understand their lifestyle, right? So that we can help them in maintaining their dental hygiene or working in the preventive way. तो उसके लिए भी यही skills काम आते हैं. Okay? So coming back to our addiction. Yes, thank you so much. ठंडा. So physical addiction में two parts are important. We know हम physical addiction किसको बोल रहे हैं? When the body is involved, when the body is giving us signals, I can't do without it. I need it. Okay, और इसका indication very clearly पहले craving से start होगा and it will lead to withdrawals. तो what I was referring to कि 12 बजे से लेके 1:15 बजे तक हमारे पेट में चूहे भाग रहे थे. क्रेविंग हो रही थी, खाना याद आ रहा था, योर लंच रूम याद आ रहा था, डब्बे में क्या है वो याद आ रहा था, राइट? एनीथिंग एल्स दैट वाज हैपनिंग? किसी ने ये प्लान किया था आज मैं कैंटीन में ये खाऊंगा? इट्स वेरी नेचुरल, सो यू डोंट हैव टू शाय अवे, राइट? सी दिस इज द पर्सपेक्टिव दैट वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड. एक टबैको यूजर के लिए भी जब टबैको हंगर जागती है तो उसका थॉट उसी तरीके से भागता है कि मुझे ब्रेक कब मिलेगा, मैं बाहर जाकर तंबाकू कब ले सकता हूं या मैं स्मोक कब कर सकता हूं. एंड हिज कॉन्सेंट्रेशन स्टार्ट्स डिटोरिएटिंग, व्हिच स्टार्टेड हैपनिंग विथ यू ऑल आल्सो. सो इट्स द सेम कनेक्शन. ओके, एंड आफ्टर अ व्हाइल, लाइक एज यू मेंशन्ड, इरिटेशन. ओके, अगर 1:15 के बाद भी इफ आई वुड हैव कंटिन्यूड, व्हाट वुड हैव हैपेंड टू यू ऑल? एजिटेटेड, ये तो स्विच ऑफ ही हो जाता. और गुस्सा भी आने लग जाता था. ओके, यू वुडेंट वांट टू कम बैक अगेन एंड एवर ट्राई अटेंडिंग अनदर टबैको लेक्चर, और खास करके अगर लाइफ फर्स्ट से आए, मुंबई से आए हैं तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं, क्योंकि हम खाना खाने नहीं देते, राइट? तो a lot of symptoms would have come up. Okay, and this is exactly what happens when a person does not consume tobacco when the craving is rising. Okay, so two important factors about physical addiction is the cravings and withdrawals. तो ये हमको कैसे मालूम पड़ेगा? जब हमारा पेशेंट बात कर रहा है तो कहीं ना कहीं उसका रेफरेंस आएगा. He'll say, अगर हमने पूछा आपने पहले कभी छोड़ने की कोशिश की थी, he might say हाँ की थी लेकिन नहीं छूट पाया. क्यों नहीं छूट पाया? क्योंकि बहुत तलब होती थी, या मैंने छोड़ा था कुछ दिन और फिर बाद में वापस से शुरू कर दिया. क्यों शुरू कर दिया? वो मैं बहुत उदास रहता था, मैं कॉन्सेंट्रेट नहीं कर पाता था काम पे, गलतियां होती थी, मुझे बहुत गुस्सा आता था, मेरे को नींद नहीं आती थी, या मेरा ध्यान नहीं लगता था. तो ऐसे जब ये सारे रीजंस आ रहे हैं, नो वन इज गोइंग टू टेल अस एग्जैक्टली पिन पॉइंट एंड से विड्रॉल्स की वजह से हो रहा है. विड्रॉल्स इज अ टर्म दैट वी नो, वो हमारा जार्गन है, ले पर्सन को नहीं पता है. सो देन दिस इज व्हाट वी नीड टू पिक अप. जब वो तलब की बात कर रहा है और ये सारी चीजों के बारे में बात कर रहा है, तो यहाँ पर फिजिकल एडिक्शन इन्वॉल्व है. नाउ एज आई सेड, कोई भी हमें क्लियरली ऐसा नहीं रहेगा कि इसको खाली फिजिकल एडिक्शन है, साइकोलॉजिकल है या खाली बिहेवियरल है. तो हाउ टू आइडेंटिफाई दिस? ओके, इमेजिन दैट आई एम ड्रॉइंग वन लाइन. तो ये लाइन मैं अक्सर ड्रॉ करती हूँ एंड आई आस्क देम टू नेम कि दिन में आप कितनी बार आप तंबाकू लेते हैं. तो अगर वो बोलता है मैं सुबह 8 बजे लेता हूँ, तो जैसे हम रेटिंग स्केल बनाते हैं, तो मैं वहां पर 8 बजे लिखती हूँ और मैं पूछती हूँ अच्छा आप ये 8 बजे लेने का आपका रीजन क्या है? तो बोलता है बॉबल मूवमेंट्स, मेरे को बाथरूम जाना है इसके लिए. देन आई पुट दैट एज अ रीजन. देन फिर आप नेक्स्ट कब लेते हैं? 10 बजे लेता हूँ. क्यों? क्योंकि मेरे को अभी ऑफिस में जाने का है, फिर वहां पर मेरे को बहुत टाइम तक लेने नहीं मिलेगा, इसके लिए मैं ले रहा हूँ. तो यहाँ पर इट्स लाइक प्रिपेरेटरी थिंग. ओके, तो आई विल मेंशन हिज रीजन आउट देयर. फिर मैं कब लेता हूँ? फिर मैं 1 बजे लेता हूँ, उसका रीजन लिख दिया. फिर मैं कब लेता हूँ? चाय के बाद लेता हूँ, फिर शाम को छूटने के बाद लेता हूँ, फिर सोने से पहले लेता हूँ. और हर एक के साथ में एक रीजन जुड़ा रहेगा कि दैट रीजंस विल हेल्प अस इंडिकेट कि ये कौन से कैटेगरीज बिहेवियरल है, कौन से फिजिकल है और कौन से साइकोलॉजिकल है. या दिस इज माय वे ऑफ डूइंग इट. यू कैन कम अप विथ योर ओन डिफरेंट स्टाइल ऑफ डूइंग इट. ओके, मतलब ये ऐसा कोई स्टैंडर्ड रूल नहीं है, but this is how helps me to identify that. So when we're talking about nicotine, one more thing that we need to understand is ये nicotine absorption, where will it be faster, in tobacco, smokeless tobacco or smoking tobacco? How many for smoking? How many for smokeless? और बाकी के? Confused. Okay, again, how many for smoking? How many for smokeless? ठीक है, बाकी लोगों का क्या कहना है? कुछ और थर्ड रीजन है? ओके, स्मोकिंग, जिन्होंने भी कहा है कि स्मोकिंग में अब्जॉर्प्शन फास्टर होता है, क्या आप रूट डिस्क्राइब कर सकते हो कि किस तरीके से निकोटीन अब्जॉर्ब होता होगा? या एनीबडी वुड लाइक टू डिस्क्राइब? So when someone smokes, the smoke enters the lungs. Lungs से nicotine mixes in a bloodstream, vein. Okay, and how much time do you think this would be taking? एक रैंडम गेस, कितना टाइम लगता होगा ब्रेन तक पहुंचने के लिए? How many seconds? Few. Okay, safe side, few. अभी few 60 seconds भी हो सकता है, हाँ, और 2 सेकंड भी हो सकता है. Okay, 30 seconds. Okay. किसी को स्मोक करते हुए देखा है? तो फर्स्ट पफ जब वो लेता है, फर्स्ट, यहाँ पर कुछ स्माइल्स एक्सचेंज हो रहे हैं. ओके, दैट्स ओके, कभी ना कभी शायद वो क्यूरोसिटी ने हमसे भी करवाया होगा. तो फर्स्ट पफ जब कोई लेता है, तो वो फर्स्ट पफ लेने के बाद में वो चेहरा में कुछ बदलाव आता है. यस, क्या बॉस ने दिमाग चाट लिया था, 2 घंटे का मीटिंग 4 घंटे लगा दिए. So that reaction gives an indication that it is really few seconds and as few as 7 seconds. और जबकि smokeless tobacco में the process is longer. It takes about 15 to 20 minutes. Hence, people end up keeping it in their buccal mucosa for a longer time. ओके तो लोगों को ऐसा लगता है कि ये तो इंस्टेंट इफेक्ट दे रहा है, तो ये लेस हार्मफुल है. व्हाई आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस इज बिकॉज पीपल विल गिव यू दीज रीजंस टू प्रूव इट टू देमसेल्व्स और टू यू कि ये हानिकारक नहीं है. हम स्मोकिंग हानिकारक है, स्मोकलेस नहीं है, या स्मोकलेस है, स्मोकिंग नहीं है. Okay, and then they jump from one product to the other product. So this is for us to know that it takes 15 to 20 minutes in smokeless tobacco for the absorption to happen. लेकिन 15-20 मिनट अगर हमारे बकल म्यूकोसा में वो सब कितने 3200 केमिकल्स अगर पड़े हैं, तो imagine what would be happening out there. Yeah, so then that again becomes a talk point in narrating that how much damage would be happening over there in that 15-20 minutes. Okay. So now my question to you all is, अक्सर लोग हमें कहते हैं ना कि मैं ना 30 साल से तंबाकू ले रहा हूं, अब तो ये इतना पुराना आदत हो गया है, मुझे नहीं लगता मैं ये छोड़ पाऊंगा. सुना है हमने ये. So will we be able to help this person? कि हम नहीं हेल्प कर पाएंगे. वो छोड़ पाएगा कि नहीं छोड़ पाएगा? छोड़ पाएगा. कैसे? इतनी पुरानी आदत हो गई है, 30 साल पुरानी. हम तो 2 साल की भी आदत नहीं छोड़ पाते. यहाँ पर आप लोगों को कॉलेज में आकर कितना टाइम हो गया है? 6 साल, 5 years. ये 5 years में हमने कुछ कुछ आदतें डाली होंगी, जैसे लेट उठना है या लेट सोना है. आई एम नॉट वेरी श्योर, आई एम जस्ट जनरली स्टेटिंग समथिंग, बट डेफिनेटली आई विल टेल यू, ये लास्ट 2 years ऑफ कोविड में मैंने एक आदत डाली है लेट उठना, विच आई एम नॉट एबल टू रिवर्स. ओके, तो ये 30 साल पुरानी आदत वो कैसे चेंज होगी? Yes, there has to be a strong stimulus. Yeah, but then how do we be convinced? Because if we have to convince our patient, there is some amount of conviction that we need to have कि नहीं ये possible है, ये हो सकता है, और उसके लिए शायद हमको एक scientific backing भी चाहिए है. So let's understand this. If we see the, अरे, what did I do? Is there a light that comes? Okay, how do I get this back? Where are our techie guys? I think ये कोई और PPT on हुआ है. नहीं नहीं, ये हमारा PPT नहीं है. हाँ, ये वाला है, इसको फुल स्क्रीन कर दीजिए. ओके, ये नाउ व्हाट हैपेंड? मुझे वो लाइट, हाँ ये चाहिए था. ओके, आई थिंक द वायर. So anyways, जो लेफ्ट हैंड साइड का जो इमेज है which we have seen briefly, तो वहां पर हमको कुछ NN वाले कैरेक्टर्स दिख रहे हैं, राइट? तो ये NN जो है, these are निकोटीन रिसेप्टर्स. हाँ, और ये निकोटीन रिसेप्टर्स ब्रेन में रहते नहीं है. इट इज ओनली व्हेन a person starts using a nicotine substance, that is when the nicotine receptor starts to develop. अभी ये निकोटीन रिसेप्टर का काम क्या है? डोपामिन रिलीज करना और क्रेविंग देना. दिल मांगे मोर, राइट? तो ये यहाँ पर गिव मी मोर करता है. So now what will happen is that every time when a person consumes tobacco, nicotine goes into the brain, implants in this nicotine receptors, और ये multiply होना शुरू होते हैं. The more it multiplies, higher the craving and higher the withdrawals also when you don't have it. Okay, so this is how people gradually get into the level of addiction. So शुरू में people start with 1 cigarette, then gradually they move on to 2 cigarettes and then more and more. Okay, because we know कि threshold भी बढ़ता है. यहाँ पर threshold क्यों बढ़ रहा है? क्योंकि demand ज्यादा हो रहा है. और demand क्यों हो रहा है? क्योंकि nicotine receptors बढ़ते जा रहे हैं. Now what will happen is जब ये demand करता है, demand क्या है? Craving. और हम उस समय निकोटीन रिसेप्टर को निकोटीन नहीं देते हैं, it will start diminishing, and when it diminishes, automatically थोड़ा सा craving कम हो जाएगा. That is the reason when we ask someone to stop using tobacco on a gradual basis, the first week उनको जो withdrawal symptoms रहेंगे ना, और craving जो रहेगा बहुत high रहेगा. क्यों? क्योंकि निकोटीन रिसेप्टर्स वो हाईएस्ट लेवल पे है. लेकिन जैसे जैसे दे आर एबल टू ओवरकम दैट विथ देयर मोटिवेशन, विथ व्हाटएवर इज देयर सेल्फ कंट्रोल दैट दे हैव sought for themselves, that will help in diminishing that, and thereby the craving will start reducing. इसके लिए over a period of time a person is able to manage the cravings and withdrawals. लेकिन क्या लोग उतना पेशेंस रख पाते हैं? क्या उतना बर्दाश्त कर पाते हैं? Now that is the capacity that we need to build. People do not know, ये scientific चीजें उनको नहीं पता है, but we need to understand so that we know it is possible. Otherwise, somewhere or the else it will reflect in our behavior कि हाँ यार ये तो बहुत मुश्किल है, ये तो tough client है हमारे सामने, I don't know how I'm going to help him, and we do not want to pass that signal to them. Because we know that हमारे नॉन वर्बल क्यूज कहीं ना कहीं हमारे मन में जो चल रहा है कुछ ना कुछ कम्युनिकेट कर ही देते हैं. Okay, so this information is for us and also to a certain extent to help them know that थोड़े समय में 15 दिन या महीने में आपको इतनी तकलीफ नहीं होगी. This is what we can communicate. So it also gives an indication to people कि इसका end time है. क्रेविंग का भी एक अच्छी बात है that our craving does not last for very long. अभी जब आप लोगों को खाने की क्रेविंग हो रही थी, after a while if you still wouldn't have got food, will the craving would have still been there? भूख मर जाती. So this is what happens with tobacco भूख also. That also reduces. So craving time is generally 15 to 20 minutes. So letting our patients know कि जब तलब लगती है ना, तो तलब सिर्फ 15-20 मिनट रहती है, ज्यादा से ज्यादा आधा घंटा रहती है. लेकिन ये आधे घंटे में हमको कुछ करना पड़ेगा जिससे हम तलब को कंट्रोल कर सके, राइट? तो जब हमको भूख लगती है तो हम क्या करते हैं? What are the things that you all could have done or you all did in the class because you could not go out and eat? Drink water, yes. Distraction, मोबाइल में देखना, ओके, यस. और कुछ? डीप ब्रीदिंग भी जो हलचल रहती है वो उसको भी सेटल करता है. People really do not know that or they do not really try that out, but वो भी हेल्प होता है. कुछ मुंह में अगर हमारे पास एक स्वीट है, वो स्वीट को डाल लिया तो भी सबसाइड होगा, तो भी वो डोपामिन रिलीज होगा. So these are little things that people can do to manage their cravings, ताकि थोड़ा टाइम निकल गया. ओके, थोड़ा टाइम निकल गया तो वो वैसे भी भूख मरने वाली है. So that means they have managed their craving. Craving manage हो गया तो थपक एक निकोटीन रिसेप्टर, नॉट एग्जैक्टली जैसे मैं बोल रही हूँ वैसे ही होता है, बट assuming कि वो कम हो गया. So also it builds that confidence in me that I managed the craving. आज मुझे क्रेविंग हुआ लेकिन मैंने मैनेज किया. That gives me confidence and I'm willing to try that again. So that helps a person to retry that same method again. Okay. Now this is not moving. Or can I just use the keyboard? Thank you and sorry for bothering you all the while. So let's talk about some of the withdrawals before we end the physical addiction part. Okay, so tobacco withdrawals क्या क्या हो सकते हैं? कुछ तो हमने बात की, और क्या क्या हो सकता है? Restlessness, anxiety, yes, fatigue, okay, okay, not really nausea, okay, yes, someone said something, headaches, yes, insomnia, yes. Okay, so it could be increased irritability, depressed mood, increased anxiety, restlessness increases, you can't concentrate, appetite increases, you feel lightheaded, या वो headache जो हमने बात की, okay, sleep disturbances and very high cravings. Okay, इसके अलावा nothing else fits into tobacco craving. Okay, some people would say tremors होते हैं हमको. Please understand, it is not related to tobacco. So अगर कोई हमारा patient अगर ऐसे बोल रहा है, तो हमको थोड़ा सा कुछ और देखना होगा. Maybe if there is alcohol withdrawal or some other narcotic withdrawal which is happening, or there is any other clinical reason जिसके वजह से ये हो रहा है. But it definitely does not come under tobacco. Okay, so tobacco withdrawals यही सब रहेंगे. Anything beyond this will need to be assessed differently. So, it's important to ask them if they say कि मुझे tremors होते हैं. Okay, so tremors होते हैं ना, तो उस समय ये भी पूछना कि वो tremors कैसे होते हैं, मतलब आपकी मन की स्थिति उस समय कैसे होती है. Okay, because alcohol के जो tremors रहते हैं और anxiety के जो tremors रहते हैं ना, वो अलग होते हैं. Anxiety में it might not really be shivering, it will be like palms ठंडे हो रहे हैं. Okay, a person might have burning sensation or it will be a different feeling. So वो sensation में फर्क रहता है. They may not be able to actually talk about it or express it. They may not be able to articulate it. तो अगर इसमें हमने थोड़ा सा clarity से questions पूछ लिया या एक MCQ types अगर हमने पूछ लिया कि हाँ क्या ये होता है क्या वो होता है, so that will give a little more clarity. Psychological addiction, as you all had spoken about, stress is one major example. Okay, अक्सर लोग कहते हैं बहुत stress है, इसके लिए मुझे लेना पड़ता है. I think in the morning किसी ने कहा था कि professional hazard है वो, ट्रक चलाना है, रिक्शा चलाना है, boredom होता है, it's a monotonous job, इसके लिए मुझे करना पड़ता है. कचरा उठाता हूँ, गटर साफ करता हूँ, तो इसके लिए I need to do it because कहीं ना कहीं वो ये है that without it I will not be able to do it. Okay, or that somewhere like gives me that dopamine release, वो एक high आ जाता है, तो as a result of which I'm able to do this. For some people it is मुझे सोने के लिए चाहिए. For some people it is मुझे जागने के लिए चाहिए. नाइट वॉचमैन जो नाइट शिफ्ट में है, तो एक ही केमिकल निकोटीन किसी के लिए जगा के रखता है, किसी को सुला देता है. So it is not the chemical difference, right? It is the way a person is perceiving it, the way the person is conditioning it. So hence psychological. So when any thoughts, feelings, emotions get attached to tobacco habit, जैसे मैं बहुत खुश हूं, इसके लिए मुझे खुशी एक्सप्रेस करने के लिए या दुगनी करने के लिए आई नीड टू यूज टबैको. मैं आज दुखी हूं, इसके लिए टू हैंडल माई सैडनेस आई नीड इट. ओके, सो अगेन थॉट्स, बिलीव्स, फियर्स, इमोशंस, ये सब में अगर जब लिंक होता है तो वो साइकोलॉजिकल है. अभी बिहेवियरल, व्हाट इज बिहेवियरल इज time, place, person and action. Okay, so whenever we think about behavioral addiction, just keep this in mind: time, place, person, action. हमने कभी वो नेम प्लेस एनिमल थिंग खेला था? हाँ, हमारी जनरेशन ने तो पक्का खेला होगा. So उसी चीज से, वो रेफरेंस से रिमेंबर टाइम, प्लेस, पर्सन, एक्शन. स्पेसिफिक टाइम, सुबह तो मुझे चाहिए ही है, चाय के बाद चाहिए ही है, मतलब चाय के साथ चाहिए है, खाने के ऊपर चाहिए है. ओके, रात में चाहिए या शाम में चाहिए, जो एक पर्टिकुलर टाइम है ना कि उस समय मुझे चाहिए ही है, देन देयर इज अ टाइम फैक्टर इन्वॉल्व. प्लेस का क्या होता है? दैट मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम दीज पीपल आर यूज्ड टू बाइंग द प्रोडक्ट फ्रॉम अ पर्टिकुलर प्लेस. उनका एक खास शॉप अड्डा रहता है वेयर दे बाय देयर रेगुलर कोटा. If they pass by that shop, it is very difficult for them to resist the urge कि नहीं, आज नहीं लेना है, because I'm trying to control it. Imagine आप लोगों की सबकी भी एक कोई शॉप फेवरेट शॉप रहेगी ना, जहां पर से आप पास होते हो, उसका अरोमा आता है, चाहे वो फ्रैंकी हो, बर्गर हो, कुछ तो हो, and then you cannot resist. The moment you see it, you want to have it. But once again, I will say मेरे लिए वो वड़ा पाव है. So then at this point of time, changing the place, that means can you have a different route? जैसे for example, एक patient ने मेरा कहा था that अभी मुंबई में प्लेटफॉर्म ट्रेन में जाने के लिए you have to cross the platform, और उसके 2-3 स्टेयर्स होते हैं ब्रिज क्रॉस करने के लिए. तो he said, I asked him, आप नॉर्मली कहाँ से लेते हो? He said, ब्रिज नंबर 1 के नीचे वो बैठा रहता है. तो आई टोल्ड हिम कि आप फिर वहां से जाओगे तो फिर आपको तो वो याद आएगा ही ना कि ये लेना है, तो आप कैसे कंट्रोल करोगे? सो दिस इज अनदर थिंग. आई एम नॉट टेलिंग हिम कि आप ब्रिज 1 में आप नहीं जाओ. अगेन, लाइक एज आई सेड इन द आफ्टरनून, द मोमेंट यू टेल देम डोंट डू इट, दे विल डू इट मोर. ओके, सो आई पुट इट अक्रॉस एज अ क्वेश्चन, व्हाट कैन यू डू? बिकॉज इफ यू गो देयर यू विल हैव द टेम्पटेशन. ही सेड, नहीं, मैं फिर ना ब्रिज नंबर 3 से जाऊंगा क्योंकि 2 में भी बैठता है. So this is his idea, and when a person comes up with their own idea, then they are more likely to follow it instead of we giving them a plan and asking them to execute it. So when we say that we are making a treatment plan is made in mutual consent, taking what is feasible for them, what is doable with them, because they know their environment, we don't know their environment. Okay. The third thing is person. When I meet my friends, I have to have it. तो तब तो चाहिए ही चाहिए, मैं बाकी सब टाइम रोक सकता हूँ. तो क्या आपके और कोई फ्रेंड्स हैं वो भी तंबाकू खाते हैं? अगर वो तंबाकू नहीं खाते हैं तो कैन यू हैंग अराउंड विद दोस फ्रेंड्स एटलीस्ट फॉर सम टाइम till the time you are working on your behavior change. Because नहीं तो आप हर बार जब आप ये दोस्तों को मिलोगे आपको टेम्पटेशन होगा. If he says नहीं मेरे और कोई दोस्त नहीं है, तो हम ये नहीं बोल सकते आप वो दोस्त छोड़ दो, बिकॉज वो हमको छोड़ देगा. दोस्त नहीं छोड़ सकता ऑब्वियसली, क्यों वो छोड़ेगा? तो ask them, empower them that is it possible for you to rope them in, to tell them that, you know, I am working on my behavior and I am trying to quit. I would require your support. Can you all help me? If they agree, बहुत अच्छी बात है. If they don't agree, then it's also for you to think, you know, that are they the right kind of friends for you? Then we can put across this thought in his head. Or maybe at that point of time that जब वो ले रहे हैं, कैन यू वॉक आउट फॉर सम टाइम, कैन यू मेक अ डिस्टेंस? सो अगेन दीज आर सम ऑफ द थिंग्स दैट वी कैन टेल देम, डिस्कस विद देम, इन्फॉर्म देम, ताकि हम ऑल्टरनेटिव्स दे रहे हैं हाउ टू हैंडल दोस थिंग्स. एंड फाइनली एक्शन. कुछ लोग बोलते हैं एग्जाम से पहले मुझे स्मोक करके ही जाना है अंदर, बिकॉज फिर मेरा सारा मेमोरी पूरा ताजा हो जाएगा. कुछ लोगों के लिए है आई कैन डू क्रिएटिव राइटिंग ओनली व्हेन आई टबैको. किसी के लिए है मीटिंग से पहले चाहिए, बहुत स्ट्रेस है, टू हैंडल द स्ट्रेस. सो व्हेनेवर इट इज accompanying any particular action, then once again it is behavioral addiction. Yes, so can we now clearly identify कौन सा behavioral है, कौन सा psychological है और कौन सा physical है? अगर दिन में उसने 10 बारी अलग अलग रीजन दिए, क्या हम आइडेंटिफाई कर पाएंगे? लगभग we might not be 100% right, but एक कुछ आइडिया मिल गया है हमें. नाउ व्हाई डू वी नीड टू नो कि डोमिनेंट वाला क्या है? बिकॉज अगर हमें पता है कि डोमिनेंट वाला अगर साइकोलॉजिकल एडिक्शन है, लेट्स वर्क विथ द लीस्ट डुएबल वन विच इज बिहेवियरल एडिक्शन. बिकॉज टाइम, प्लेस, पर्सन, एक्शन के साथ में हम ऑल्टरनेटिव्स जल्दी ढूंढ सकते हैं, which will also help them build confidence. Okay, so then we can start with working on those areas first. So then move on to the other area, that is psychological perhaps, or maybe the physical aspect, dealing with the withdrawals, dealing with cravings, ताकि वो alternatively उसके लिए क्या करें, and also giving them information कि ये short term है. And finally going to the most difficult one, जो ये person के लिए psychological है. Okay, so starting from the easiest to the most difficult one. Now again, this is possible when we are working with the reduction method. Okay, कुछ लोग ऐसे रहते हैं जो बोलेंगे हमारे लिए all or none. So they would want to leave cold turkey method. Cold turkey method मतलब at one go, कल से पूरा बंद. So then in that case our working style will be different. Then it will be more of preparation कि कल से आप बंद कर रहे हो तो क्या क्या हो सकता है, how you're going to handle it. Because यहाँ पर reduction method नहीं है. So here you are doing already planning कि क्या क्या possible है and helping him cope with that. Okay. And let's also remember कि कोई भी addiction हो, relapses common है. What does relapse mean? Back to the same habit, right? और slip का मतलब क्या है? फिसल जाना. Okay, what you're saying is right, but the reverse way. You know what cheat days होते हैं ना? हाँ, so it was a cheat day. You used tobacco and then went back to abstinence. Okay, so that is a slip. Again, being wary of that, if there are too many slips, then that will lead to a relapse. So when a person comes back to a follow-up, it is important to ask them कि आपने पिछले 7 दिन में या पिछले whatever duration में from the time he is last seen you, आपने तंबाकू यूज किया है कि नहीं. Because that will give you an indication of वो अपने हैबिट को किस तरीके से मैनेज कर पा रहा है. वो बोलेगा नहीं कभी कभी कर लेता हूं तो you know that slips are happening. अगर वो बोलता है नहीं कम कर दिया तो you know कि हाँ something has worked for him. Okay, as I said, you know that relapses are common, and again research has shown on an average 3 to 11 attempts लोगों को लगते हैं to actually kick the habit. Okay, but ये information हम कभी भी clients को नहीं देंगे, patients को नहीं देंगे. नहीं तो अगर हम बोल दिया कि हाँ चलो ये 7th attempt है, बोलेगा कि हाँ अभी 4 और बाकी है. तो ये information सिर्फ हमारे लिए है because we tend to get disappointed when people come back to us and say, I could not do it, or nahi hua mere se, or they just say कि नहीं मैंने खा लिया, okay, and then we feel कि they are resisting it, इन लोग सुन नहीं रहे, they don't want to change. और अक्सर ये हमको ज्यादा एहसास होता है जब वो हमारे घर के ही मेंबर्स हो, हमारे ही फ्रेंड्स हो, where we feel they just don't listen, they don't want to do it, they don't want to take care of themselves. But let's understand, addiction is difficult. Had it not been difficult, then we wouldn't have done these kind of sessions. Okay, but addiction on the whole is difficult, and it requires repetitive attempts, it requires encouragement, it requires perseverance. Okay, if the videos are still working, can we show a video?
मैं आज नहीं करूंगा 11 to के समय पर।
ठीक है, बिकॉज उसमें भी वो है, और एनीवेज मेरा 4 का भी काफी सारा पार्ट इसमें हो गया है. So there is love your Twitter. मॉड्यूल 4 कॉपी नहीं किया ना उसमें, पेन ड्राइव में है ना, तो पेन ड्राइव लगी हुई है. कर सकते.
Get up, I know you found a way. Head up, look through those clouds of gray. I know it's been a long, long time since you had some peace of mind, and time is all you need to make amends. All that matters to me in the end. My head is full of all kinds of sound. It's better when you come around.
Taj are cognitive misers. We don't like to think. हमको चाहिए रेडीमेड, दवाई दे दो जिससे ठीक हो जाएगा. But we don't want to think, we don't want to introspect, we don't want to reflect within. So everyone has their own answers. It just requires some time, perseverance, and some introspection, okay, which we can provide to them. Again, we will discuss this more when we do a module called motivational interviewing in our level 2. Okay, so now we move on to the 5 A's, and theoretically you all have covered it, right? Now, but talking about how will we implement it with our users, with our patients. Okay, quite a bit of it I have already covered when we were talking about our 3 addictions, but we will look upon it point to point. I'm skipping the first video because the recipe issues there. So I'll just skip that video. I can take this mic up. Are you all sleepy? Are you all sleepy? Yes? No? जब मैं नो बोल रही हूँ तो तुम लोग यस बोल रहे हो यस बोल रही हूँ तो नो बोल रहे हो ओके लेट्स जस्ट क्विकली जस्ट स्टैंड अप till the time they fix this. Okay. So what we'll do now is we will take 3 circles, मतलब from हमारे ही axis पे, okay, clockwise and 3 anti-clockwise. Yes, on our axis. Okay, अभी anti-clockwise नहीं तो गिर जाओगे. नींद गई. ठीक है, so then let's settle down. I need the next module. You can close this module. This doesn't have it, so if you can just पेन ड्राइव का और कोई फोल्डर. हाँ, ले. नहीं हुआ ना? हो गया? ठीक है, so we come to our 5 A's. 5 A's are already on the screen. ठीक है, now do we really practice this? Let's be sincere out here. Are we able to do it? What are the challenges do we face? ये literally हमको किस तरीके से implement करना है? Are we faced with any challenges? So what do we do? जब हमारे पास पेशेंट आता है तो हम क्या करते हैं? सबको आस्क करते हैं. अगर कोई छोटा बच्चा आ गया तो यस नो. कोई बूढ़ी सी लेडी आ गई, कोई बहुत अच्छे घराने से कोई आ गया और कोई सिम्टम भी नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है तो किनको हम नहीं पूछेंगे? Who are the people we will not ask? Yes? Pedo patient. Okay, pediatric patients. Okay, but what I will say is it's important to ask each and every person. Okay, I would have also probably thought like you know, कि बच्चों को क्या पूछना and all that until in the public hospitals that I used to go, and there जो dental HOD थे उन्होंने बोला सबसे youngest patient जो उन्होंने देखा था was a 2-year-old baby, and that baby had come with signs of OSNF. क्यों? क्योंकि पेरेंट्स जाते थे काम पे, दादा संभालते थे बेबी को, और जब वो रोता था तो उसको चुप करवाने के लिए थोड़ा खुद अपने मुंह में डालते थे और थोड़ा उसके मुंह में. ओके, तो बच्चा शांत होकर सो जाता था. Okay, so here definitely you cannot ask the child, but it is also important to ask the parent, because we also spoke about, you know, कि mishri is used for cleaning teeth. So maybe that is what is the practice that is going on at home. I got a patient जिसका age of initiation was 5 years. क्यों 5 years? Because again the similar reason, घर पे उसको अकेला रहना पड़ता था, माँ काम पे जाती थी, घर पे और कोई था नहीं, she would feel scared. तो neighbor ने उसको बोला कि तू थोड़ा सा ये मुंह में रख ले, and वो रखकर she would fall asleep, very peaceful she would feel, and that is what got her into the habit. Okay, so people will have a lot of background. So hence, let's not omit anyone, even if they don't show any oral signs. It's still important to ask them because they might just be new users. Okay, so hence we say that whoever comes in our setting, let's ask each and every person. No, this is just moving twice. Okay, and let's also ask them every time. Now, when I say every time, doesn't mean कि अभी वो आज आया और फिर वापस कल आया तो हम उसको फिर दोबारा पूछ रहे हैं. But once we come to know that a person is a tobacco user, let's check on them every time we meet them, maybe even if it is after a week, because ऐसे हो सकता है that the first time he came to you, he was not in a state where you would have spoken to them, or perhaps you spoke to them about quitting tobacco, but he was not willing to do. But maybe 7 दिन बाद, 15 दिन बाद में वो थोड़ा reflect किया है, that thoughts sunk in, and he is now decided to quit. Or it could also be कि अगर वो 3-4 महीने के बाद में आ रहा है, and you are the same person you're seeing, especially आपके private practice में ये हो सकता है, you will repetitively have the same patients who will come back to you. तो 6 महीने बाद, साल भर बाद आया है, तो maybe he must have started that habit. So hence, it's important to ask our patients every time they visit us, because we never know when they would have started it if they are not users. Now, what is it that we need to ask our tobacco users? Okay, so हम क्या पूछते हैं हमारे patients जो आते हैं? First thing हम पूछते हैं कि tobacco आप use करते हो कि नहीं? Okay, so for an example, I am a patient who walks in your OPD, okay, and you ask me, आप tobacco use करते हो? और मैं बोलती हूँ हाँ मैं tobacco use करती हूँ. आपका next question क्या होगा? Type of tobacco. Okay, तो मेरा आंसर है मैं बीड़ी पीती हूँ. फिर next question क्या होगा? Frequency. मैं बोलती हूँ कि चलो 6 बार मैं लेती हूँ दिन में. फिर next question क्या होगा? कितने ड्यूरेशन में? 2-2 घंटे की दूरी में. फिर 6 साल हो गए. फिर नेक्स्ट आप मेरे को बोलते जाओ, मैं आपको आंसर देती हूँ पेशेंट के रूप में. हाँ, छूटता नहीं है सर. हाँ, ट्राई तो बहुत किया है, छूटता ही नहीं. वो सब दोस्त लोग लेते थे ना, तो इसमें लग गया, मुझे भी आदत लग गया. फिर नहीं लेंगे तो उनको बुरा लगता है, उनको बुरा नहीं लगा सकते ना. छोड़ना तो है, कोई दवा है? नहीं है, सीधा नहीं है। दवा भी नहीं है, दारू भी काम नहीं करेगा। Are we stuck? या ओके, सपोज अगर आप लोगों ने मुझे सुबह के कुछ हेल्थ इफेक्ट्स बता दिए और मैं कन्विंस हो गई कि हाँ ये हेल्थ इफेक्ट्स जो आपने मेरे को बीडी के लिए बताए हैं, अच्छा ये लंग्स को ऐसा डैमेज कर देगा, फिर मैं सांस नहीं ले पाऊंगी, और मुझे तो वैसे भी अस्थमा है, तो ठीक है मैं छोड़ देती हूँ। ओके, और मैं 4 दिन के बाद में वापस आती हूँ एंड यू आस्क मी अगेन, तो आपने छोड़ दिया? एंड आई से हाँ मैंने छोड़ दिया, हैप्पीली आई एम टेलिंग यू कि हाँ मैंने छोड़ दिया। यू आर आस्किंग मी कोई प्रॉब्लम्स हो रही है? एंड आई से नहीं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं हो रही है, मैं कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं हुआ छोड़ने में। तो विल यू बिलीव दैट? बट वाकई में ये पेशेंट ने छोड़ दिया है, तो व्हाट मस्ट हैव हैपेंड? Could you be a little louder? क्या देख के डर गया? अच्छा, हो सकता है वो उसने देखा हो, बट मोस्ट लाइकली अगर ये ऐसे हो रहा है एंड यू आर नॉट बिलीविंग दैट कि इसको कोई भी इश्यू नहीं हुआ है, एक बार बोलने से इसने छोड़ दिया, इतना इजी कैसे हो गया? तो कुछ और थॉट आएगा हमारे दिमाग में। सब लोग कुछ कुछ बोल रहे, लेकिन मुझे कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है। The patient is lying. That's the first thing I will think of. Yeah, but as I said, the patient is actually telling the truth. Dentobac and IPCO, so they may not even know that it contains tobacco and they're using that. Okay, so hence your second question should essentially follow that, ताकि कोई substitution ना हो रहा हो. Okay, what else will be asked? We will ask everything, whatever we have discussed about reason for initiation, छोड़ा था, see you all got stuck at certain places, right? छोड़ा था तो वापस क्यों शुरू किया, छोड़ने की कोशिश की थी, ओके, you all asked में छोड़ने की कोशिश की थी, तो उसको थोड़ा और प्रोब कर सकते हैं, तो उस समय आप क्यों छोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे थे? तो इफ आई से कि नहीं वो मेरी घरवाली है ना, वो बहुत किटकिट करती थी, मेरे बच्चों को भी नहीं अच्छा लगता था, इसके ये छोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहा था. So then you know the motivation is there in that family, you can use that. So अभी आप अगर छोड़ना चाहते हैं तो क्यों छोड़ना चाहते हैं? नहीं अभी ना मेरे को दिक्कत हो रही है, सांस में थोड़ा सांस लेने में तकलीफ हो रही है. So you know there is a new motivation as well. पिछली बार छोड़ा था तो क्या दिक्कत हुई थी? हाँ, तो मैं काम नहीं कर सकता था, तो देन यू नो कॉन्सेंट्रेशन का इशू है, काम नहीं कर सकता था मतलब इज इट लेथार्जी था, इज इट इरिटेशन था, क्या था, या उसका प्रोफेशन ऐसा था कि उसको जागना था या सोना था, वॉट एवर वॉज इस इशू. सो देन यू एग्जैक्टली आर एबल टू पिन पॉइंट कि क्या प्रॉब्लम है. अभी क्या था कि आपके क्वेश्चंस जो आ रहे थे जेनरिक आंसर मिल रहा था, पर हमको अभी स्पेसिफिक आंसर्स चाहिए है, तो वी प्रोब फर्दर. ठीक है, then the next is how do you ask. सिंपल सी बात है, इवन हमारे डेंटिस्ट्री में जब हमारे पास पेशेंट्स आते हैं, समटाइम्स डू यू एक्सपीरियंस के पेशेंट्स कुछ लोगों को ज्यादा प्रेफर करते हैं और कुछ लोगों के पास नहीं इतना आना चाहते हैं, क्या ऐसा होता है? Or does it happen with us? We prefer going to certain doctors or certain other health related people. So what is it? What inspires us to go to those people? Yes, someone who will not judge us, someone who would talk to us, someone who would explain things to us. Yeah, so this is what we need to manifest. Okay, we might not be actually judging them, बट हमारा जो टोन रहता है, हमारा बॉडी लैंग्वेज जो रहता है, हमारे एक्सप्रेशंस रहते हैं, वी माइट ऑल्सो बी स्ट्रेस्ड अप, ओके, कि इतने सारे पेशेंट्स है, इतना सब काम करना है, उसके बाद में डिपार्टमेंट में जाके कुछ और करना है, बट समवेयर वी माइट एंड अप showing that kind of a stress or removing that stress on a patients. And especially when we are looking at counseling, it cannot be done when you are so powered with your own baggage. Okay, so us samay just take a deep breath. Just give yourself some time to settle down and tell yourself, okay, I'll deal with my things a bit later. Right now, this 10 minutes belongs to this patient. Can I do justice to that? Okay, so you're not putting across what is important to you. You are just deferring it for 10 minutes. And look at it if you can address what's disturbing you. Okay, when do you ask? Obviously, when the patient is comfortable. Okay, not that when he's in pain, not that when someone is around and when confidentiality will be breached. Maybe he doesn't want to talk in front of his relatives, his family. So keep that in account. These are some of the unspoken things, the non-verbal things that we need to gauge and act upon. And yes, where do we ask? Let's ask in the setup where we are practicing. New जब मैं ये एरिया में घुसी थी, so I said okay, tobacco control, tobacco addiction. जो भी रिक्शा में बैठी उसको लेक्चर दिया, वॉचमैन को लेक्चर दिया. कुछ समय के बाद में वॉचमैन ने मेरे बुलाने पे भी आता नहीं था. 2 hours before sleeping, जंक फूड नहीं खाना चाहिए है. बहुत सारी एडवाइस सुनी होगी, सुनिए और क्या किया है. So advice is not something that we like to take, but we definitely like to give. मतलब दिलदार है हम लोग, देने में बहुत easy है. So it is important when we give advice to our patients also, we give it in such a way कि वो अंदर उतरे, ना कि यहाँ से जाकर यहाँ से निकल जाए. तो इसके लिए हमें क्या करना है? Again, 3 things that we will keep in mind is, let's make a point that we are saying very clear. Let's not beat around the bush कि अच्छा आपको शायद छोड़ देना चाहिए है, ये शायद आपके लिए नुकसानदायक होगा, because we are so scared we might lose that patient and he will not come back to us. इससे शायद कैंसर हो सकता है. Yes, शायद कैंसर हो सकता है. It's a right way of putting it across rather than saying कि इससे कैंसर होगा, because then that is pretty scary. Because we do not really know कि 100% उसके वजह से कैंसर होगा. He give us 10 examples कि ये नहीं खाता था फिर भी उसको कैंसर हुआ. Okay, so certain things we need to put it as a probability that इससे नुकसान हो सकता है. बहुत सारा रिसर्च दिखाता है या बहुत सारा इस पे काम किया गया है और मालूम पड़ा है. मैं अक्सर लोगों को ये बोलती हूँ, आप कभी टाटा हॉस्पिटल गए हो, वहां जाके बाहर देखो, आपको कितने सारे लोग वहां दिखाई देते हैं ना, वो सब कैंसर से पीड़ित है. और अगर इनका मुआयना करोगे तो आपको पता लगेगा कि ये इसमें से 90% लोग जो है ना वो तंबाकू खाते थे. तो वो कहीं ना कहीं उनको कंटेम्पलेट करता है सोचने के लिए. So when we give our advice, let's make our advice one like clear और उसको strong बनाते हैं. Let's give them evidence, let's give them some backing. कुछ लोगों को हम scientific backing दे सकते हैं जो educated class से है. And also let's make it strong, because whenever someone is looking at behavior change, the first thing that comes to their mind is, how will I be able to do it? It's so difficult. I did it earlier, I tried, it is not happening. People don't understand. At that point of time, letting them know there is help available and I am trained to help you. Okay, it's like you are doing an assignment and you're really getting stressed about it. I don't know how to do it. Huh? And if your teacher comes and says, okay, I'll help you, you feel so relaxed, that I have a resourceful person who's going to help me in this. So definitely, mera assignment to ho hi jayega अच्छे से. So that's the same feeling we need to give our patients. Okay, and the third thing is make it relevant for them कि आपको आज तंबाकू छोड़ना क्यों जरूरी है. आपके पास वो आया है तो कोई तकलीफ में आया है, हो सकता है आपने उसका ओरल एग्जामिनेशन किया है, यू सीन ब्लिस्टर्स, ओके, यू हैव सीन सम पैचेस, यू हैव सीन ओरल ओपनिंग कम होती जा रही है, और हाइजीन इज कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड और गम्स आर कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड. जो भी आपका एग्जामिनेशन है, you can put forth that to them stating that ये already ये damage होना शुरू हो गया है, and how this can adversely if you don't take care of it, how this can cause further damage. Okay, so you're making it relevant for that thing that they have come to you. Okay. Now, if a person crosses this, आपने first A ask कर दिया, आपने advice भी कर दिया. Okay, third level जो है हमारा A is assess करना, क्या ये ready है कि नहीं है. क्योंकि as we spoke about earlier, we can help only those people who are willing to be helped. Otherwise, we can't do anything. Then only thing that we can do is give them a brief advice of क्या नुकसान हो सकता है, क्या फायदा हो सकता है, and leave it, let it sink, and perhaps let's address it when they are ready for it. But those people who are willing to quit, what we will do is we will move on to assist them. Okay, that is our fourth A. Okay. So one more important thing is that all the people who come to us, as I said, all of them may not be ready to quit, right? Some of them will say that, okay, I want to quit. So which will lead to, okay, you're going to assist them. And I think this is going too fast. Some will say they are willing to quit. Some will say that they don't want to quit right now. Okay, and some of them would be those people who have recently quit. Who will you work with? 1, 2, 3, who will you work with? Random, कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा. All three, yeah. So we'll work with all three. Only thing is our way of working with them will be different. So for the one who wants to quit, we will assist. For those who are not ready, we will provide them with the 5 hours. Okay, that as I said, we will talk about the what is the risk, what are the rewards. Okay, and we'll look at the 5 hours again. Okay, and for those who have recently quit, we will work on relapse prevention. Okay, so that they do not have a slip or they do not have a relapse. Now, how will you assist? Okay, so there are 2 stages. One is the preparation stage and second is the maintenance stage. Okay, so let's talk about 2 action plans. We have called this action plans as STAR strategy and 3D strategy. Okay, so let's look at STAR strategy. STAR strategy में S है to set a quit date, and this quit date should be closer to the time that we are talking to them, at least 2 weeks से 1 month के अंदर होना चाहिए. Why do you think we should do that? Why 2 weeks के अंदर ही quit date होना चाहिए? Okay, why do we need to start early? Matlab, what you're saying is right, but see, when we are talking about quit date, is we are talking about that you are completely looking at quitting. ओके, सो व्हाई आर वी सेइंग कि ये 2-3 महीने के बाद नहीं हो, ये 15 दिन या 1 महीने के अंदर ही हो। एग्जैक्टली, या मोटिवेशन अभी है, जो भी तकलीफ हो रही है उसको वो अभी हो रही है। सो हेंस इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट दैट वी टैकल इट एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, एंड जो भी मोटिवेशन है उसको हम एनहांस करके वी वर्क ऑन इट एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम। ज्यादा टाइम जाएगा तो वो फिजल आउट हो जाएगा। अक्सर लोग बोलते हैं 1 जनवरी और 1 जून तो अभी आ गया, 1 जुलाई, ये फर्स्ट वाला फंडा ना कभी उनको फर्स्ट लाता नहीं है। ओके, तो हाँ, और दूसरा है कि ये क्विट डेट सेट करना बहुत जरूरी है, बिकॉज अगर डेट नहीं सेट करेंगे तो वी आर नॉट रियली गोइंग टू गो फॉरवर्ड। करेक्ट, जैसे अभी एग्जामिनेशन डेट जब तक आप लोगों का नहीं आएगा कोई पढ़ना ही नहीं वाला है। आप लोगों ने वो भी कहा था असाइनमेंट भी अगर कल सबमिट करना है तो आज होगा, राइट? सो डेट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। हेंस जब भी व्हेन यू आर मेकिंग अ प्लान विथ योर पेशेंट्स, टेल देम व्हेन डू यू सी योरसेल्फ टबैको फ्री। ओके, वो बोलेगा 2-3 महीने से, 2-3 महीने नहीं है अपने पास में टाइम, वी नीड टू वर्क ऑन इट मच सूनर। Can we look at doing something, within this month's time? Now, in this month's time, is there an important date in your life? Okay, just say अगर ये 1st May होता, we could have probably said, 31st May is World No Tobacco Day. उस दिन आप प्लेज कर सकते हो, वो अच्छा दिन है। हो सकता है उसकी एनिवर्सरी हो सकता है उसका बर्थडे हो, फैमिली में उसका बच्चे का बर्थडे हो, गणेश चतुर्थी हो, कुछ और रिलीजियस चीज आप ले लो। सो यू कैन टेक दीस एस्पेक्ट्स एंड सी इफ वो डेट को भी आप स्ट्रॉन्ग कर सकते हो, बिकॉज फिर वो डेट का रेलेवेंस भी हो जाता है कि नहीं, मैंने बोला है कि मैं गणेश चतुर्थी के दिन में करूंगा तो ये इंपॉर्टेंट दिन है, ये करना ही है। टेल योर फैमिली, फ्रेंड्स एंड कोवर्कर्स। Why we are saying this is, जब वो छोड़ने की कोशिश करेगा तो one of the withdrawal we said is irritation, agitation. Okay, तो family is going to get further irritated with him कि ये क्या, ये इतना गुस्से वाला हो गया है, he's just not listening, he's not sleeping, he is fighting. Okay, so at that point of time it's very important to also educate the family that give them some time to settle. This might happen, but this is for a for a larger picture is कि कुछ ज्यादा अच्छा होने वाला है। ये छोटी छोटी चीजें कुछ समय के लिए आप टॉलरेट कर लो। Okay, so this is some information we can provide with the family if they are around. Okay, and also empowering them to say no to their friends or asking them to tell their friends that they are now in the process of quitting, and so to be a support rather than being a source of temptation. Anticipate challenges. Okay, anticipate challenges is the same thing that we spoke about, time, place, person and action. और time, place, person and action के लिए हमने सबके लिए तोड़ डिसाइड किया था उस समय। टाइम रहेगा तो क्या करना है, वो टाइम में अगर अर्ज हो रही है तो कैन यू रिप्लेस इट विथ समथिंग एल्स। अभी वो समथिंग एल्स क्या है, यू डिसाइड एंड टेल मी। अगर आपको खाने के ऊपर बहुत अर्ज होती है तो खाने के ऊपर आप ऐसा क्या खा सकते हैं जिससे आपकी तलब थोड़ी सी कम हो जाए। तो कुछ लोग बोलते हैं मैं कोई फ्रूट खा लूंगा। तो अगर आप फ्रूट का कोई प्लान कर रहा है तो इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट टू टेल देम ये फ्रूट आप अपने पास आपको रखना होगा। इफ यू हैव टू गो टू द शॉप टू बाय इट, या वेदर इट इज अ चॉकलेट और वेदर इट इज एनीथिंग एल्स, दे मे जस्ट एंड अप बाइंग टबैको। तो इसके लिए जो भी डिसाइडेड है ना, उसको एकदम कॉन्क्रीटली इट हैज टू बी डिसाइडेड एंड दैट हैज टू बी देयर विद द पर्सन। ओके, एंड द फोर्थ थिंग इज रिमूव ऑल टबैको प्रोडक्ट्स। कोई ये नहीं बोल सकता खाली इमरजेंसी के लिए मैंने पैकेट रखा है, जब मैं नहीं कंट्रोल कर पाऊंगा ना तब ले लूंगा, वो इमरजेंसी अभी तुरंत आ जाएगी। ओके, सो नो टबैको प्रोडक्ट्स अराउंड विद देम। ऑल राइट, तो ये हो गई हमारी स्टार स्ट्रैटेजी। हमारी 3D स्ट्रैटेजी क्या है, डेंजर सिचुएशंस असेस करना। जैसे अभी ये पर्सन के लिए डेंजर सिचुएशन क्या है कि जब भी उसके फ्रेंड्स के साथ गेट टुगेदर होता है, तो फ्रेंड्स के साथ अगर गेट टुगेदर होता है तो उसके लिए क्या दिक्कत आती है? इज इट दैट वी नीड टू एम्पावर हिम टू से नो? इज इट दैट क्या वो अवॉइड कर सकता है? पहली बात तो है कि क्या वो गैदरिंग अवॉइड कर सकता है? अगर वो नहीं कर सकता है तो देन इन दैट केस हाउ कैन वी बिल्ड हिम दैट ही फील्स कि ओके चलो मैं जब वो स्मोक करेंगे उस समय मैं ये नहीं रहूंगा. सो एक्चुअली एग्जाम्पल्स ये रहे हैं कि मेरे पेशेंट्स जो रहे हैं दे सेड कि वी आर ऑल गोइंग फॉर अ पार्टी. अभी बूज करने जाएंगे तो अल्कोहल के साथ में तो सिगरेट चाहिए है. तो ही केम अप विद दिस आइडिया कि स्मोक करने के लिए बाहर जाना पड़ता है. यू कैन नॉट स्मोक इन द पब. सो एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम आई विल नॉट स्टेप आउट विद देम. So ये उसका स्ट्रैटेजी था. So this is how he was controlling himself. But for some people it may not work because क्यों? वो स्मोक करके जब कोई उसके फ्रेंड्स आते हैं तो वो सेकेंड हैंड स्मोक रहती है, थर्ड हैंड स्मोक भी रहता है. ये कहीं ना कहीं ट्रिगर्स है एज वेल एज हानिकारक भी है एंड दे कुड ऑल्सो बी ट्रिगर्स. Okay, so for certain people, if that smoke is a trigger, if the smell of any smokeless product is a trigger, then we need to work on that as well. Developing coping skills. तो coping skills क्या हो सकते हैं कि जैसे कोई बोलता है स्ट्रेस है, तो स्ट्रेस को हैंडल करने के लिए क्या हम डीप ब्रीदिंग कर सकते हैं? कैन वी what are the different ways that people handle stress? हो सकता है कोई वॉक के लिए निकल जाता है, हो सकता है कोई म्यूजिक सुनता है. सो आस्क देम कि आपको कौन सा तरीका मालूम है जिससे तनाव को हैंडल किया जा सकता है. इससे मुझे नहीं मालूम. अच्छा, कोई और जो आपको पता है तरीका, आपके घर पे और लोग क्या करते हैं, आपने कभी पहले कुछ किया होगा, तो गेट द इंफॉर्मेशन फ्रॉम देम. अगर कुछ भी नहीं आ रहा है देन यू कैन जस्ट प्रोवाइड कि मैं जब स्ट्रेस्ड में रहती हूँ ना तो मैं गार्डनिंग करती हूँ, या मैं कुछ काम करने में कुकिंग करने शुरू कर देती हूँ, या मैं कुछ लिखना शुरू कर देती हूँ. तो मुझे नहीं मालूम आपके लिए काम करेगा, तो ऐसा कुछ आप कर सकते हो जिससे आपका तनाव कम हो सकता है. सो देन यू आर हेल्पिंग देम डेवलप कोपिंग स्किल्स. कोपिंग स्किल्स कुड ऑल्सो बी हाउ टू हैंडल दी अर्जेस. क्रेविंग्स जब हो रहे हैं तो वो कैसे हैंडल करना है. द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड इज ऑन दैट. एंड अ थर्ड पॉइंट इज discuss and provide basic information. So what is the basic information? कि this is short term. Cravings और ये withdrawals ये short term है. They will subside. Cravings 15-20 मिनट, maximum half an hour, and withdrawals हमें पता है धीरे धीरे कम होते होते 1 महीने के अंदर वो negligible हो जाते हैं. And we also know उसका reason क्या है, right? वो nicotine receptors. Okay, so hence giving them this relevant information is helpful for them to build their motivation. And what is the coping skills to handle the cravings? 4 Ds. इसके तो हमने कार्ड्स भी बना के रखे जो हम पॉकेट कार्ड्स बोलते हैं, एज रिमाइंडर्स हम देते हैं. तो ड्रिंक वाटर, डीप ब्रीदिंग, डिस्ट्रैक्ट योरसेल्फ एंड डिले. डिले का मतलब है कि पुश कर देना, कि थोड़ी देर के बाद लेते हैं, आधा घंटा और जाने दो तब लेते हैं, क्योंकि हमें पता है आधे घंटे के बाद में वो सेटल हो ही जाने वाला है. ओके, सो वी आर जस्ट पुशिंग आवरसेल्फ. वी आर नॉट सेइंग नो, नहीं लेना है. नहीं बोला तो वापस ध्यान उधर जाएगा. So not to tell ourselves no, we are just saying थोड़ी देर के बाद. Okay, so that is what is delay. And 5th is arrange. Arrange क्या करना है? Follow up arrange करना है. Follow up is effective अगर 7 days के अंदर 7 days पे अगर follow up किया जाता है तो, because by then we know exactly कि उसको क्या craving हो रहा है, and we know कि ये time में the craving would be the highest. Okay, he's also got some time to try out the strategies that we have discussed. So then we know exactly what to talk about. And during this time, reinforce for whatever little time that he has refrained from tobacco. अगर वो बोलता है मैं एक ही दिन कंट्रोल कर पाया, reward him for that one day by complimenting him and ask him, what is it that you did on that one day to control it? Because then that same thing can be encouraged to be repeated rather than talking about कि वो 6 दिन क्यों नहीं हुआ. ठीक है? I'm rushing this a bit, but when we do our level 2, तो वहां पर फिर ये डिटेल में आएगा. Okay, and we said for those, this is the almost the last slide, and for those who are not ready to quit, what is it that we will do? We will deliver 5 hours. 5 hours क्या है? हम एक है rewards उनको बता सकते हैं कि आप छोड़ेंगे तो उसके क्या फायदे हैं, और रिस्क क्या है, अगर आप कंटिन्यू करते रहेंगे तो उसके क्या रिस्क है. रेलेवेंस आज क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है, स्पेशली जब कोई बोलता है ना बाद में छोड़ देंगे, हाँ 1 जनवरी 23 में छोड़ेंगे, तो रेलेवेंस तो आज है ना. आपको सफेद चट्टा तो अभी आया है, उस समय तक वो पता नहीं क्या हो जाएगा. सो टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट रेलेवेंस. ओके, ऑल्सो टॉकिंग अबाउट रोड ब्लॉक्स. कुछ लोगों के लिए क्या होता है, इट इज they are just not confident that they will be able to do it because of their past experience or their past failures. उनको लगता है मैं पास्ट में नहीं छोड़ पाया बिकॉज मैं सो ही नहीं पाता था. आई वॉज सो इरिटेटेड, आई कुड नॉट कॉन्सेंट्रेट, इतनी एंजाइटी होती थी, एंड हेंस आई हैड टू रिजॉर्ट बैक टू इट. सो दैट थॉट ब्रिंग्स इट बैक टू देम कि अभी मैं फिर से ट्राई करूंगा तो आई एम गोइंग टू फेल एंड आई कांट बी सो मिजरेबल बाय फेलिंग एवरी टाइम. So that is a roadblock. They may not spell it out, but some things we'll have to understand. Some things they will talk about it. Okay, so if it is a roadblock, let's tell them that we are going to do this together. Okay, so अगर आपको ऐसा लगता है आपका concentration effect होता है, again giving them relevant information, teaching them certain relaxation techniques जैसे deep breathing, जिससे वो relax कर सकता है. और रिलैक्स होगा तो ऑटोमेटिकली उसका कंसंट्रेशन बढ़ेगा. बिकॉज यहाँ कंसंट्रेशन क्यों इंपैक्ट हो रहा है, बिकॉज ऑफ द हेवॉक दैट इज हैपनिंग इनसाइड. ओके, एंड फाइनली देन आस्किंग हिम, डू यू थिंक यू आर नाउ रेडी टू क्विट? सो रिपीटिंग योर असेसमेंट. ओके, सो दिस इज हाउ यू विल यूज द 5 hours व्हेन अ पर्सन इज नॉट रेडी टू क्विट और व्हेन ही इज नॉट कॉन्फिडेंट. उसको छोड़ना है लेकिन कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं है. ठीक है, एनी क्वेश्चंस? समझ में आ गया सब कुछ? ठीक है. For those people who have already quit, we said हम relapse prevention करेंगे, तो उसमें हम क्या करेंगे? One is reminding them that उनका क्या रीजन था छोड़ने का, and reinforcing, you know, that you made a good choice, you made a good decision, and I'm glad that you are doing so well in that, and you have managed to abstain from tobacco for the last 3 months, 4 months. Okay, and तो अभी आपको क्या आपको अपनी तबीयत में क्या सुधार दिखाई दे रहा है? Are you able to breathe better? जो भी उसके पहले के इश्यूज थे वही हम यहाँ पर रीअसेस कर सकते हैं. एंड आइडेंटिफाई कि आपको ऐसा अभी भी लगता है कि कभी आपको तलब होती है, और अगर तलब होती है तो देन यू कैन डिस्कस दोस टेम्पटेशंस. ठीक है, सो दिस इज व्हाट वी विल डू इन रिलैप्स प्रिवेंशन. हाँ, सो दिस इज एब्सोल्युटली द फाइनल स्लाइड. मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल, ओके, जब हम उनको पूछते हैं कि आपको तंबाकू छोड़ना है तो उन लोग बोलते हैं हाँ क्योंकि मेरी हेल्थ इंपैक्ट हो रही है. ओके, कुछ लोग बोलते हैं आगे छोड़ेंगे फ्यूचर में, कुछ लोग बोलते हैं कि कट डाउन कर रहे हैं, और कुछ लोग बोलते हैं हम पास्ट में छोड़ा था हमने. बहुत ही कम लोग रहेंगे जो बोलेंगे हमको आज छोड़ना है. ओके, एंड आवर रोल इज टू वर्क विथ दिस सेट ऑफ पीपल. Okay, not that we are not going to work with this set of people, we are going to work with them, but we are not going to get disappointed when they are not going to take it to quit. Okay, because हम उनको खाली तैयारी तक लेके जाना है. They are right now just not ready, but those people who are ready, we will help them quit. Okay, so don't get disappointed when you get people who are saying कि नहीं छोड़ना है. All right. Okay. Any questions? Any reflections? Think about it. When we come back for level 2, you can ask us those questions. Try this out with your patients, whatever we have spoken about in terms of 5 A's, 5 R's, the STAR strategy, the 3D strategy. Try it out so that you experience कि कहाँ पर अटक रहे हैं. And so then level 2 becomes more clearer in understanding. ठीक है. Thank you so much. And we will also be sharing a post-test link with you all, just like how we did it in the morning. Okay, make sure that you all fill it up. I think half an hour's time they have to fill it up. Dinesh, do they have half an hour's time to fill it up? 10